All right, welcome into the Inside the Pylon Draft Night Live Hangout. I'm Luke Polglaze, joined so far by Ryan. Is it Ducarm?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm never sure how to pronounce some of these last names, man.
I know we're tough at ITP.
I know, right? Yeah, so we'll be breaking down the draft live for you tonight, joined by a series of people kind of filtering in through the night. So it'll be a pretty good crew for you here. So definitely excited. Ryan, your initial thoughts on the draft? What are you looking for tonight?
Um, One of the more unpredictable drafts, I think, is my most sort of what I'm looking most forward to. Last year you knew it would be Goff, then Wentz, and you sort of had an idea of how the whole first round would sort of play out. This year we think it's Miles Garrett, but Mitchell Trubisky is making a push, I guess. So just sort of the unpredictability of it all, where the quarterbacks will end up. A lot of rumors today about trades, and that's what really makes day one fun. So looking forward to it all.
Yeah, I was actually talking with Mark Schofield just this morning about it, saying I think that since I've been analyzing the draft, I think this is the most settled I felt about the number one overall pick. I think the Trubisky stuff is just smoke.
Yeah.
But that said, picks 2 through 32, I'm the least confident I think I've ever been about any of them. I don't know what's going to happen tonight, so it's a great night to be here and to be talking about it.
Yeah. I mean, you could see Deshaun Watson, just as one guy as an example. He could go, second overall to San Fran. He could go 3 to Chicago. Somebody could trade up for him, or he could fall like Teddy Bridgewater to the end of the first. It's really tough to know, especially without sort of a consensus top quarterback. I think it makes it even more exciting. What teams value in the quarterback position will sort of dictate how the first round goes, which makes it a lot of fun too.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing about the number one overall pick here is, you and I are both obviously on the page of it's Miles Garrett. Like, there's no
Right.
reason it wouldn't be. But there's no like consensus surefire quarterback. And to me, just thinking about draft strategy, if I'm the Browns and I hold pick 1 and I hold pick 12, I can get Miles Garrett and probably, one of the top 4 quarterbacks at 12, because no way do all 4 go in the top
Right.
12. And I don't think there's a single one of these quarterbacks that you're going to win year one without some kind of help. So you're going to have to help out whoever it is anyway. So in that case, it seems like a no-brainer to go Garrett and then go get your quarterback at 12, or everything we're hearing now. Adam Schefter is going crazy. I've got my phone open here on the side. Oh, he just tweeted something else. Just monitoring that. He's tweeting about the Browns maybe trading up. Chicago is apparently looking to trade down. So this could be a bit of a wild night for just trades and kind of people sliding all across the board.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the exciting part for sure. And I think Cleveland seems to be the sort of team most people are looking at to trade up. There's some talk about maybe Kansas City. A lot of teams I think would like to trade down, which is interesting. And I think a lot of fans always are on board for their team trading down. Nobody's really ever pushing for trading up. So I think we'll see how that sort of plays out in a half hour or so, really.
Yeah. Last draft, we saw 2 very notable examples of a team deciding to trade up for quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Both the LA Rams and the Philadelphia Eagles came, way up the board to grab a quarterback.
Right.
In this draft, there's not really anybody there I'm going to pound the table to trade up for, to grab. I can't see a team wanting to trade up for a quarterback in this draft, considering in terms of talent and kind of grading out. They all graded out pretty similarly for me. And so really what it's going to come down to is scheme fit and individual coaching preference for those guys.
Yeah. And what you have around them. If you're a team like Cleveland, I think they're self-aware enough to know they're probably not competing for a playoff spot this year. And maybe that's when you get a guy like Patrick Mahomes. And there's a timetable where he still needs to develop, where a team like, let's say, Kansas City, a guy like Deshaun Watson, aside from being, I think, a pretty good fit just scheme-wise, that can be that just enough upgrade maybe in year 1 or 2 to sort of push that team to the next level over like a guy like Alex Smith. So a lot of sort of individual team preferences, which I think is exciting too. And then there's just a number of picks sort of throughout the first round that sort of dictate how I think the whole night will go. Obviously, Cleveland, if they do something crazy at 1, that can shake things up. But after that, San Fran and Chicago 2 and 3, what the Titans decide to do at 5, trade back or stay there, and then whatever happens with Cleveland's 12th pick. I think those are sort of the key picks tonight.
Yeah, and from everything I'm hearing, just crazy rumor mill, both publicly and privately from a few guys I know. The kind of general consensus is that a surprise move it could be Kansas City trading up, and that would really throw a wrench into the works, because if Kansas City's coming up taking a quarterback, who, first of all, is your first question? Who are they coming up the board for? And second of all, luck.
Right. And what's it going to cost? Because they're not, they're not picking 10, 11, 12. It's, I believe they're somewhere in the 20s. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fun night for sure. Now I got to figure out how to actually get the draft up on the TV here.
Technology, right? I remember the first year I really, really studied the draft. Maybe this was the first year. I was still in university at the time, and I streamed it on my laptop, sitting in a classroom. Not like at class I was actively in, of course,
right?
Because it's at night, and I wasn't in night school. Plus, I guess the more important fact that I would never stream the draft in a class. And I remember just sitting in this vacant classroom of like 50 seats, and just watching the Falcons pick Jake Matthews. I don't know why that pick sticks out to me from that draft, but it's a very vivid memory. So I'm quite familiar with trying to figure out how to watch the draft. And I myself am in that same boat.
What's that? Sorry, spazzed out a little on my stream there.
Oh, all right. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah. All right. I think we're good. Yeah, I'm in school right now, so the Wi-Fi. See how it cooks with me here.
Right, and we're supposed to have a gentleman, the great Justin Twell, should be joining us all the way from Australia.
We hope.
So hopefully all the technology. He is having some tech issues, so hopefully those aren't going to prevent him from joining us here for too long. If I'm not able to get any kind of video link up, if I'm going to follow someone on Twitter, who do I follow that's not going to just tip the picks in advance? That's what I'm really trying to figure out here.
I've always been a watch the TV stream guy as well. So
yeah, that's me, man. Except on day 3 when nothing really matters.
Yeah, and then the TV guys get way behind talking about the one quarterback that's been taken in the last day or two, and it just spirals from there.
Yep, exactly. But man, it is exciting. I've forgotten. It's been a year, obviously, since the last draft, and I'd forgotten just how much buzz there is.
I know.
I'm excited right now. I'm psyched. The heart's pounding. I just can't wait to finally get this rolling.
Yeah, I know.
And of course, the first 10 minutes should be pretty predictable.
Right.
Again, unless there's a shocker.
Exactly.
But yeah.
And Luke, you're a Broncos fan, right?
I am indeed.
So what are you looking for tonight from them?
Man, the whole fan base wants Christian McCaffrey. I wouldn't necessarily dislike Christian McCaffrey. I'm just a fan of different options, shall we say?
Yeah.
Again, from everything I've heard, they love Garrett Bowles and are willing to trade up for him if it comes to it. So
interesting.
I've kind of resigned myself to that fact. I don't particularly think he's even the best tackle in this draft. I'm a big Cam Robinson truther, but we'll see how that ends out. And we do finally have the Australian joining us. Well, the man in Australia, at least. Justin, how's it going, man?
Oh, good, guys. I'm actually on my phone. For some reason on my my laptop, it just kept thinking and nothing was happening. So I figured I'd give the phone a try. So if you guys can hear me, then I think we're good to go.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, you're coming through a bit faintly, but I can hear you, so I don't care that much.
All right, man. I've still got on there.
You're breaking up a bit, Justin. You're kind of fading in and out.
Lost you a little there.
All right, guys. No worries. Just rebooting the laptop again. But yeah, guys, keep going.
Oh, yeah. Well, we were just talking about expectations for the draft. I think everyone here is expecting Myles Garrett number 1. Of course, Justin, you are, I believe, a Bears fan, correct?
That is correct, my friend.
Man, how are you feeling right now? 3 overall. Is there a direction you think they're leaning, that you're hoping they're leaning?
Well, my hope is that they trade back. I think there's word that maybe trading with the Browns, trading back to 12, maybe sort of picking up a second and maybe sort of a mid-round pick. So let's talk of that. But ultimately, I think the way I'm feeling right now, if they stay in that position and they're gonna pick their guy, and then I hope it's Jamal Adams.
Interesting.
Yeah, Jamal Adams would be a pretty good fit there. They've been just absolutely starved for defensive secondary talent over the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've tried to address that that part of the defense the last probably 3 or 4 years, and nothing's really worked out to this point. I mean, Adrian Amos was a 5th round, I believe, out of Penn State a couple of years. Kyle Fuller, decent rookie year, haven't really fixed anything there the last couple of years. So they've got an opportunity now to, I think, do that. So we'll see what they do and where they go. We're going to find out probably in the next sort of half an hour or so with the Bears coming up at number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and I don't have any kind of stream or anything up, but it is 8:00, so I'm expecting Roger Goodell is probably just about now making his way to the podium to announce that the Cleveland Browns are finally and officially on the clock, even though they've been that way pretty much since week 17. Everybody has a stream and can actually visually confirm that he's on stage.
It looks like they're running. I got a stream up. It looks like they're running their like pre-draft sort of hype video, showing a bunch of prospects getting ready. So I think we're getting there. We've almost made it.
I was near.
Exactly.
All right, gents, I'm just going to quickly drop out of here. I'm going to see if I can get on the computer. But if not, I'll come back to the phone here. So I'll be back in a second.
Sounds good.
All right. See you, Justin.
All right.
And Ryan, I'm going to see if I can track down a stream for myself. So I'm sorry. Remind me, you're not a Bills fan, are you?
Yeah.
All right. Well, man, what are you thinking right now?
There are just, I don't know. There's a lot of ways they can go, and it's very interesting. It's sort of a divide in the fan base and the media about whether all the quarterback visits and hype has been real or if it's been smoke. So the coach, the GM, they went to pro days, brought some guys in on visits, which is, you can't read too much into that. The key was the owner made a couple of pro day trips to North Carolina and I believe Clemson maybe, but definitely to North Carolina for Trabisky. So is that smoke? Because if it's just the scouting process, it makes things pretty obvious that you're looking QB. I'm a Tyrod Taylor truther. I think in the right situation, he can be a pretty solid quarterback in the NFL. So I'm hoping for either a Cory Davis, Mike Williams pick, ideally maybe moving back into the middle of the first round and grabbing a mid-round pick because they do have a lot of holes to address. But If it's not a wide receiver, maybe OJ Howard if he falls. And though on defense, I think either Malik Hooker or Jamal Adams, if he somehow fell to 10, would be really nice picks as well. So for me, it's receiver and DB are the main picks. But I don't know where they end up, where guys trade ahead of them for quarterbacks. I think will sort of dictate how things go for them.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the.
Yeah, I like the.
Sorry, go ahead, Justin.
I like the Tyrod Taylor up there, Ryan. I've got to say, I'm a bit of a Taylor truther too. Whenever I've watched him, I've always really liked him, and that whole sort of that whole sort of thing that was going on. I think just after the season, where they were thinking of sort of jumping ship and getting rid of him was crazy to me because I really feel like he's he's a sort of a top. He's in that sort of 12, 15 range of quarterbacks for me. I really like him. So I don't think the Bills have to do anything there to address that position, keeping Taylor now. So, I think someone like a receiver would be good for the Bills at 10, maybe Cory Davis, like you say. So, I'm on that Tyrod Taylor train. I like him, and I think the Bills need to stick with him for sure.
Yeah, I think they just have so many holes on the roster right now. Taking the time to develop a first-round quarterback, I just don't know if that's the best way to go. But I guess we'll see. We'll find out in the next hour or two. They're streaming through what the prospects, the top guys are all doing. They're going through the guys in the green room. Looks like Myles Garrett is not in Philadelphia, but I don't think Goodell has technically started things yet.
Interesting.
At least based on my stream here.
Now, it's interesting for me, just the prospects that were invited to the draft this year. There were several guys on there who I was a little bit surprised because I just did not see them as being first round. Mm-hmm. And I know that there are always guys who slide, and Randy Gregory stayed in the green room through the second round, basically. But there are definitely guys on that list who, I had my kind of that moment where you just cock your head and you're like, I guess the NFL is higher on him than I am. Specifically for guys like that. Tre'Davious White, I just don't understand why he's getting first round hype. I like him. I've watched a lot of him. I know Dave Archie of ITP has also watched a lot of him. He's still trying to figure out the hype.
Me too.
There's some stuff I just don't get, man.
Yeah, Dave and I have talked at length about Tre'Davious White because we both, don't hate the guy, but don't love him either. Dave, we're just talking about Tre'Davious White, so I'm glad you logged on at the right time.
You're not, are you?
Yes, absolutely.
It's the Dave Archie bat signal. He's been summoned.
I got nothing more to say at this point.
Yeah, we've had a lot of internal conversations about why the hype is there. We just don't quite get it. So, good to the podium. It looks like. Philly fans are booing.
I've seen little bits of him here and there. I haven't seen an awful lot, I've got to say. But from what I have seen, just don't see it myself.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
Tre'Davious White is a first-round player.
He's at the draft.
Oh wait, we really are.
Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about guys who we were surprised by that were actually at the draft.
Oh yeah.
Goodell's at the podium.
Yep.
Cleveland is just about on the clock.
Here we go. Boos are raining down.
Shocking.
Come on, Cleveland, don't mess this up.
It's Myles Garrett, right? It's got to be Myles Garrett. We're all on the same page with this, right?
Yeah.
There's no Mitchell Trubisky truthers in here somewhere.
We'll see if Mark can get on. Maybe.
Oh, Ryan, I thought that in the small view, it kind of looks like that's tile behind you. I'm like, is he shooting this in a bathroom?
It's okay. So the dorms at my school are cement block walls. So these are literally cinder blocks behind me. So yeah, it's old buildings for sure.
That explains why your posters are taped up.
Exactly. Yep. It's make do with what we can, what we can here. All right, Cleveland is officially on the clock.
Yep. I'm just watching on Game Pass here, but they're just going through commercials at the moment.
Yeah, so I think at this point, barring a shocker, it's Myles Garrett, which I think leads us to our logical conclusion, which is who goes number 2. Do we dare start that discussion? Just presuming it's Myles Garrett, or do we hold out just an inkling that it might be Trubisky? Because I'm willing to move to number 2.
I'm fine with that too.
Oh, here we go.
So San Fran's 2, and I don't know. There isn't really any consensus for them from what I've seen. There's been a little bit of quarterback talk, but not as much as I would have sort of thought. Solomon Thomas gets some hype there. One of the safeties a little bit could be in play. You guys have any thoughts on San Fran?
It's hard because Lynch, this is his first draft. He hasn't even worked in a front office, so we have no track record to go on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're probably the one team in the whole first round that I just got nothing on them. I guess my first instinct says quarterback, but which one? It's a tough one for the 49ers. But I just can't see. Like Ryan said, Solomon Thomas has had some hype there, but I've got to think quarterback for them. Actually, I've just got this feeling quarterback for them.
And if they don't want a quarterback, it seems like they would be in position to trade back to a team that does want a quarterback.
Right. Especially with Chicago and Jacksonville possibly taking quarterbacks too. It's sort of, they become that sort of spot you'd almost need to get to.
And they could definitely stand to pick up a couple extra picks.
Yeah,
that team is
pretty
everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy how they had the best roster in the league 4 years ago, and now they have maybe the worst.
I know the turnover is incredible, and with Harbaugh gone, it all started just
and from 2 years you went from Harbaugh and a power running scheme to Chip Kelly in a pretty much zone entire scheme. So just the type of players that you look for just changed so rapidly that 2 years later you had a completely different model.
Right.
And they just used their last 2 first-round picks on pretty prototypical 3-4 defensive ends, and now apparently they're switching to a 4-3. So
yeah, and sort of like Solomon Thomas is a little bit in that similar mold. He can sort of play. I think he's a bit more of an edge guy, but again, it's a tough switch, and you want to move forward with the new coach, get the best scheme guys you can, but these are your last 2 first rounders. You don't just dump them. So I don't know, that they're a total wild card to me.
Yeah, on talent,
it's funny watching the Browns. They've got just over 5 minutes to go, so they seem to be taking their time here. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, I've always been curious about what goes on in an NFL war room when you're number 1 on the clock. Presumably, you'd have some idea. At this point, you'd have to expect the Browns know who they're taking.
Yeah.
Barring any kind of draft day shenanigans, which, of course, the Cleveland Browns have fictionally been known to do. You'd have to think that they know their guy at this point.
Yeah, I would just think they keep the phones open for, a Sonny Weaver Jr. type deal, 3 first rounders or something. But Yeah, I got to imagine they're sitting pretty comfortably right now.
Yeah, they're just gonna use up the clock. I think they know who they want, but yeah, I mean, it's always worth just keeping those phone lines open, just in case somebody, I guess wants to offer them a crazy deal to get up to number one. But I don't think anyone's going to do that, and they'd just probably get down to maybe 2 minutes here and submit the pick.
And actually, just as you say that, on my view here, the pick is in. So the Cleveland Browns selection is officially kicking off the NFL draft here in 2017.
See, that's the problem with me here. See, Game Pass is always generally about a minute behind. So I'm getting nothing here, but I'm sure it's coming in the next few seconds here or so.
We'll have to just ask you to dip out for about a minute every time a pick comes in. So I'm sorry, Justin, but you've been voted off the island here.
Ouch! Oh no, pick is in. Here we go. It's coming up now.
Welcome to the future.
Oh, it's a beautiful place. Okay, so I'm pretty much getting the picks from you guys before even NFL Network. So.
Which I think really we can take this to mean that Inside the Pylon is the premier, the first information for people in Australia. So that's what this means, right?
Viewership.
Probably for Europe as well.
Yeah. Okay. So of course, down under it's just known as Inside the Pylon.
Did that quite well. All right, come on. They're dragging it out now.
I think they got to make the jersey, right? You got to get the pick on the back of the Cleveland 1 jersey.
All right, I have the pick. I don't know if you guys want me to announce it here.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, Myles Garrett, defensive end, Texas A&M.
Okay, well, no surprises yet then.
We survived the first pick.
We made it.
This is where it ends, right? This is where we get off.
I'm just getting it now. Yep.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Browns, they got their guy. They got, I think, the best player in the draft, and they got a guy who's going to be an impact edge rusher for them for years. The AFC North has always been a very traditionally defense-oriented division. They got a great defender here. I mean, this is a great draft to need defense, and this is a great guy to go number 1 overall. And, Emmanuel Ogbah are going to be some really fun players to watch off the edge over there in Cleveland over the next couple of years.
Yeah, it's the right pick. I don't think anybody can say it wasn't. Everyone saw it coming, and I'm just watching him now. It looks like he's at home with his family. It's been announced.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't think I've ever had that many people in my home at one time.
Never. Probably never will either.
I've also never been drafted number 1 overall, so I'm not one to talk.
So what are our thoughts on San Fran? Where do we think they're going here?
All right, I'm going to go quarterback. I'm just going to go out there on a whim and say the first quarterback goes here.
I mean, I hate to say it, man, but I think this is Jamal Adams. I think San Francisco needs defense, and I think they need DB just enough that they go with Adams. But man, this is just such a weird draft here in this kind of like 2 to 10-ish range that really a lot of people could go a lot of different ways.
All right, so we've got 1 for Adams, 1 for a quarterback.
Yeah. 49ers traded the pick.
Wow.
Traded with the Bears.
Whoa.
It's got to be QB then. It's got to be QB for the Bears, right?
It's got to be a quarterback. They're
You don't
coming up
trade
for a
up
quarterback.
one spot for the. Let me see if Schefter's got the details.
Let's go live to Justin.
Wow. I'm not seeing anything on my end just yet. Oh, man. Whew. I did not expect that at all. I thought if they're going to trade at all, they were going to trade back. I never expected to go up. So, man, they must really, really like someone.
Schefter's saying they did it for Solomon Thomas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't.
Maybe it's one of those ones like when the Browns traded up for Trent Richardson and they give up like a fourth or something.
Right, just to make sure you get your guy. But I'll see if I can find what the details are.
Do we know what they gave up yet? I guess it's probably too early.
Yeah, not yet.
To say.
I haven't seen anything.
Wow.
But if they're coming up, they have to expect that it's a guy that reasonably San Francisco might have been taking.
Yeah.
I think on talent, like I said, I think talent-wise, that's Solomon Thomas. But I just don't see.
If San Francisco wanted to take Solomon Thomas, they would just take Solomon Thomas. So it's probably that San Francisco had other teams that were looking to move up from other places to get Thomas.
Right.
Or whoever it is. We're assuming it's Thomas, but.
Well, Mayock saying Thomas, Adams, Jonathan Allen, or Lattimore.
So not quarterback. Interesting.
According to Mike Mayock, yes.
Yeah, Schefter seemed to think that they like Tom. What he was saying was Chicago liked Thomas the whole process, and this has been their guy, and this is who they want. But we'll see.
And the fact that San Francisco, if they had competing offers, took the one to move just back to 3 suggests they really like
one guy,
someone there, and they didn't want to move back like to 6 or 12 or something.
That's a good point.
Or maybe they were bluffing and just picked up like a 4th for nothing.
Right. Looks
the
like
draft is a game.
3 minutes on the clock for the Bears still.
Okay, they're saying it's a 3rd and a 4th and a 3rd next year.
For one spot? Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be at this point. I'm definitely assuming not a quarterback, because if Chicago's trading that much to presumably sit behind Glennon, that's a pretty win now trade. It seems like they're gambling a lot of value on this one spot.
Yeah, but I don't know how you go for a win now pick if you're picking 3rd overall. I mean,
unless Glennon is the answer.
Well, yeah, I guess we'll see. Right.
Yeah. No. Don't know.
Justin, you've been pretty quiet there.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see about that one. I'm shocked. Pretty surprised.
That's always a good move, in a year where the consensus is that the top of the draft is weak and the middle rounds are the strong part, to trade 2 mid-round picks to move up one spot at the top.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Love that.
And let's not forget that this is John Lynch's first action as a general manager in the draft.
Huh. That'd be a great
done, John Lynch.
Oh. All right, pick is in for Chicago.
Come on, make it a good one. Oh, man.
I got to close my Twitter window. I can't.
Yeah, I can't. All right, here's the official details.
All right, I have the pick.
So it's,
if y'all want it, I have it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
With the second overall pick, the Chicago Bears select Trubisky, quarterback, North Carolina.
Oh, no!
Wow. All right. Wow.
What?
Commissioner Luke, I like this.
Oh.
I'm just passing on the good word. Justin, are you there? I think we lost Justin.
I'm here.
Wow.
Physically, if not mentally.
Wow.
I don't know what to think.
Yeah, let's hear it, Justin.
I'm just I've been thinking the last few days that I wasn't really that high on Trubisky. I think I tweeted the other day. I said, "Oh, look, if the Bears somehow get Trubisky, would I like it?" And I was kind of like, I don't know. And now I don't know. Although last year when they picked Leonard Floyd, I didn't like that at all, and I was not high on him at all, and he proved me wrong. So, oh man, I'm watching him now walking on the stage. I'm blown away. I never thought they'd go quarterback in the first round. Never thought they would, to be honest. The only way I could see it was if they maybe traded up from the second into late first and maybe get someone if they fell. But I never thought Trubisky. Oh, there he is. Wow.
Whew. I think what this sort of means is that somebody else was trading up for Trubisky, you would think. Somebody sort of a team the league knew was high on Trubisky was trying to get the second overall. That's why you give up 2/3 and a fourth to move one spot, is because you have to outbid some other team, I would think.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, Trubisky's the guy that it seems like from the beginning of the process the NFL has been highest on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say I understood it, but that's definitely the way it's gone.
Right. And for those wondering, my dad texted me, unbelievable, he will be a bust. So you guys, we don't need any other analysis from there, I think,
All right, Mr. Dukan.
That gives me so much hope.
Doing all I can for you, Justin.
Well, I think with Glennon there, it's a good situation where he doesn't have to start right away. Because I think the consensus was there are a lot of tools to like. There's some stuff to like, but he's more raw than you'd feel comfortable with throwing in right away. So with Glennon there, they can sit him a year, they can sit him 2 years, and then, they can wait until he's ready.
Right.
Assuming everybody hasn't been fired and they go in a completely different direction by then.
Well,
man, my Twitter's going off.
all these checks in on Justin. How are you?
I'm gonna have to of all the quarterbacks, of all the consensus top four, Trubisky, Watson, Mahomes, Kaiser. Trubisky's probably the one that I've watched the least of. So, I'm gonna have to certainly go back to the tape in the next few, sort of over the weekend, and I guess sort of get it more counted to him, and have a look at what he can do and what he can't do, and everything else. So it's going to be interesting to do that, and just to see how he's going to fit and what he's going to do. I mean, I think, like Dave said, the Bears can afford to sit him, sort of sit him this season. That's for sure. Assuming Glennon plays okay or plays well and stays healthy. But even then, if he doesn't, then Mark Sanchez is there as well, who may get the nod over Trubisky. But I guess look, certainly a future pick, obviously. But I'm just watching the highlights now, and he's a guy that I need to see more of before I can convince myself that hey, maybe this isn't such a bad pick after all, and maybe 2-3 years down the line, we're finally going to see a quarterback in Chicago, who. I mean, Cutler had his moments, but the Bears have never had an elite quarterback. You know, even when they won the Super Bowl in '85, they didn't have an elite quarterback. You know, so I've just got to see more of him to help to convince myself that this can be a good pick for them. So, you know, I've seen bits and pieces, and but I definitely need to see more. But in terms of a reaction to, you know, the pick itself, I'm shocked. I'm stunned. I never thought they'd trade up, you know, to get him. And big surprise. There we go. That's probably that's the first one off the draft, and I'm sure we're going to see many more.
Yeah, and I think just looking at the numbers here for the Glennon deal, it was a 3-year deal. So it wouldn't shock me if, you know, they go with him and really just kind of groom Trabisky, because, you know, first round pick, he'll have a 5-year deal, you know, with the 5th year deal. So, you know, he's a guy who they can kind of run in and bring him along to kind of have, you know, 2, maybe 3 years if they genuinely think he's going to need a couple years to develop. They're paying Glennon to be the guy. Then they've got you know, Trabisky on a rookie contract. So financially, that's not a terrible look for them.
No, and I guess you know, you look at Glennon's contracts. I mean, essentially, it's kind of they paid a lot of money in the first year. So, you know, if Glennon bombs and, you know, is you know, is just not the answer, you know, then they can sort of cut him loose before that 3 years is up and not lose too much. So, look, we'll see how Glennon goes. Interesting pick, and I'm just looking now. The 49ers pick is in.
The dead money on Glennon is only $4.5 million after this year, so they can definitely cut him after one season if they want.
Yeah.
So we haven't even made it to San Francisco. John Lynch trades down one spot, picks up 3rd, 4th, future 3rd. What do we think he's doing now, just real quick before the 49ers pick is officially announced?
Muted. I could see Thomas here. You know, I think a lot of people thought that was the guy at 2. So, you know, if they're picking up mid-round picks like that, my guess would be they start building everything but the quarterback position, try and get the roster into a place they want it to get a quarterback. I don't know if that's the best strategy. But I could see Solomon Thomas, or maybe Jamal Adams, to start building the secondary there. So, but it very well could be another quarterback, and this could be where the run on quarterback starts at 2 and 3.
I have the pick here if we're ready for it.
Let's hear it.
With the 3rd overall pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Solomon Thomas, defensive end, Stanford.
Whoa. Yeah, I'm watching it now. So, not surprising, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's a top 5 talent. He's young. He's still very raw, still got a very high ceiling, but he does just certain things so well for such a young, for a defensive lineman, still kind of trying to read in some ways his offensive keys.
That defensive line in San Francisco, I mean, they've still got Butner, Armstead. Sure, I'm missing someone else there, but that defensive line in San Fran in a few years. I mean, well, even now, I mean, you know, Butner's a great player, and Armstead's coming along. So that defensive line in a couple of years from now, be very nice.
Looks like we're also joined now by Jeff Farrer. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Jeff.
Man, Mitchell Trabisky. Man. Woo, I'm still incredible.
Jeff, what are your thoughts so far?
You guys hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, there we go. I was saying I'm fielding calls from angry Bears fans right now all over Chicago. It's pretty brutal. I was just telling someone that, you know, if Trabisky was the pick at 3, even though I had a second-round grade on him, and I don't agree with it, but it is a need, and I think you're throwing more resources at the quarterback position, I think that's fine. But giving up a third, a fourth, a future third for it is just, I mean, that's insane. And the thing about it is, when Rappaport said that the 49ers didn't even know who they were trading up for, how do you not, if you're the Bears, say, I mean, why is that not a piece of the conversation? You're giving up a third, fourth, and third without knowing who the Niners are looking at or even asking them? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and I don't mean to derail this conversation too much. Just real quick, I want to say that the Jacksonville's pick is in. So they were on the clock for a very short amount of time.
Yeah, they didn't trade out.
As you were.
It's Fournette.
Fournette, you think? So then if it's Fournette, I mean, Tennessee was sort of the talk of trading back. They were sort of the logistical place, maybe Cleveland at 12. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. Or, Marshon Lattimore maybe.
I was going to say, if this is Fournette, they just had Jamal Adams fall into their lap, basically.
Right, exactly.
But again, the Jacksonville's pick is yet to be officially announced.
I can't get over what the Bears has done. Oh,
poor Justin. We're making him react live here.
Jeff, did you just come on to gloat?
Yeah.
No, I actually.
The Packers fan comes on one pick after the Bears do something stupid to rub it in.
Well, now it's gonna look like that because I gotta hop off in a second, and come back on in a couple of minutes. But no, I wanted to see what you guys were saying because I'm literally my phone. I've got multiple phone calls and multiple texts from people like, what the hell is going on? I can't believe this. So, yeah, I just had to see what Justin was doing. At least, Justin, hey, I'm glad you're still here and you didn't sign off.
It came under some consideration.
What time is it over there?
It's just gone 10:30 in the morning. So, hey, look, it's not too early to start drinking, right?
I was about to say that same thing.
Crack one open, man.
5 o'clock somewhere.
You know what? I think I'm going to go and get one in a minute because, oh, man.
Mitchell Trubisky's your new quarterback.
QB1.
He's your new quarterback. You can get used to that.
I think it's more appropriate right now.
Yeah, it's a 10:30 in the morning Mitchell Trubisky drink right there.
Would we feel better about that pick if he had stuck with Mitch Trubisky?
A little bit, for me personally.
You mean Mitchell Trubisky?
Oh, that's brutal.
I just don't. I don't get it. I don't. But the pick is fine.
Yeah,
there had to be other teams that were talking about moving on.
I think the pick is okay. I'm not sure for me it's a great one, but to give up a third and a third and a fourth this year and a third last year to move up one spot when they must have thought that the 49ers were going to pick him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Officially taken Fournette, by the way, as we were operating under the assumption.
Wow.
How?
Yeah, no, I would completely agree with what you said. I mean, there's no way that they trade up one spot to get Trubisky unless someone else is talking about jumping up to go there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the Jets.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Mm.
Well, now, I mean, Tennessee's got Jamal Adams still on the board. It'll be interesting to see what they do. I don't know. I like Fournette. I'm a fan, but I don't know. 4 overall. I don't know. I don't love that personally.
Do they have a plan there in Jacksonville?
I doubt it. I mean, yeah.
I need a beer.
And the funny thing to me is it's not like Tom Coughlin really, has ever been like a really, guy who loves his big stud running back.
Yeah.
He's never been that kind of guy.
Right.
Well, back when he was with the Jaguars, I think they drafted James Stewart and Fred Taylor back to back in the first round. But when he was at the Giants, I mean, it was really never a big priority for them. It was always, the front four. I mean, they were never really drafting very high when they had when he was at the Giants, except for Eli. I think this is like, or I don't know if they have a plan, because this is like the reset button this year with Jacksonville because it's a new regime. But
right,
I don't know. We'll see.
And I mean, the sort of implication then with them going Fournette is Blake Bortles is the guy for this year. One would think, unless a quarterback falls to them in the second, they're still sticking with Bortles. It looks like.
Do I stop drinking at any point, by the way?
No, I think you got to go basically through Saturday.
Yeah. Especially since you got nothing to do in the third and fourth rounds now.
I don't think my children will recognize me when they get home tonight. Oh. Crazy. Absolutely. So where are we at now? Tennessee?
Yeah, Tennessee's got 3.5 left on the clock and haven't traded out. So I don't want to assume, but it looks like they may be picking where they are quote unquote supposed to.
Sorry, I had to step away. Is Westlunt still on the board?
A lot of teams trying to trade up is what I'm hearing from my sources.
Asking for a friend.
Westlunt. Yeah, Arch, we should separate out now and do the Westlunt live broadcast. We should have reached out to him and done something at his house. I think it would have been fun. I think he would have been receptive to it.
Yeah.
Can I just say, unrelatedly, this is my first time seeing most of you in person, and pretty much every single person lines up with how I expected them.
I don't know what that means.
So I'm specifically thinking just Dave, Dave just in the background, just mad scientisting it, just kind of leaning on a fist, just it's all too much for him. Justin drinking by pick 5. I don't really have an opinion one way or the other yet on Jeff and Ryan, but I'm sure we'll get there. It's a long first round.
Absolutely.
I think that's good. I think it's good for us, Ryan.
Yeah, I think we're lucky here.
Yeah, I'm gonna by the end of the night, this will say. Well, it would have made more sense if he was drafted by Tennessee because it's Tennessee whiskey, but
Tennessee Trubisky.
Trubisky. Old number 7. Justin. Every time he takes a swig, the camera goes to him.
I almost got some Goose Island, which would have been appropriate for Chicago, but I am drinking some.
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
It's almost Minnesota.
Except not.
So Tennessee's at 120 based on my stream right now. So.
Okay.
But they're still on the clock. No pick is in.
Yeah, they're at about 30 seconds for me, and there's still no pick.
Was anyone in here the person that wrote the Scotty report on Jamal Adams?
Not me.
I forgot who wrote it, but
I did.
Okay, you did. He's my number 2 player overall in the draft, and I don't think we've talked about him enough. I mean, him in Chicago was what I thought would have been a perfect fit. But now you're getting a guy who I thought was number 2, and I think is one of the cleaner prospects in the draft. He's still going to be on the board. I think if Tennessee were to get him at 5, the problem is they have a lot of money tied up in their safeties right now with Searcy and then getting Cyprien this offseason for what I thought was too much money. But if they're going to go with some kind of three safety hybrid, they could do that. But Tennessee's in a great spot here because I feel like there's a lot of guys there that that fit what they want. But Jamal Adams to me is going to go to someone. If he's going to go to the Jets, that's a steal for them. The Chargers need a safety. He's going one of these next 3, and if he doesn't, I will I don't know. I'm a huge Jamal Adams fan. So
you'll eat this tweet.
No, no. But someone did just dig up a tweet from 2015 where Trabisky said, "Let's go Packers." So I don't think that's going to sit well with Chicago people tonight.
Congratulations, Justin.
I'm just going to keep drinking. I'm fine.
I'm going to – oh.
Tennessee's pick is in.
Yeah, it looks like Tennessee's pick's in.
Who did the Jaguars take? Fournette, wasn't it?
Yeah, Fournette.
Man, they are booing the hell out of Goodell tonight.
Gotta love Philly.
Wow. Ethan Young just posted the trade net and dollar value for that Niners pick from his Mavum formula. It's about $26 million net gain for the Niners.
Yeah, I really want to do a piece on like top drafts up to the top 5 or drafts in the top 5 because it seems like if there's a quarterback involved, the prices are much, much higher.
Yeah.
This pick is a fun one, guys. I jumped when I saw it. Titans select Cory Davis, Western Michigan wide receiver.
Wow! Hey, someone give Shane Alexander his props because he called this in his first mock draft in January.
Yep.
They need a wide receiver, and I mean, I think pretty much everyone based on tape felt like he was the best receiver there. So it seemed like the stock was down on him, but I don't have any problem with it.
Yeah. And now Jamal Adams falls right to the Jets if they want him.
And the same thing happened, several years ago with Leonard Williams.
Exactly, yep.
Oh, just from a value standpoint, I think that go ahead.
I was saying the same thing happened with Leonard Williams, but it still didn't help the Jets.
Nothing can at this point. Not even Christian Hackenberg.
The Titans could maybe be a little more risky here because they had that second first-round pick. So they could maybe reach for a guy that they know they wanted, even because you got 13 picks between now and then to get a guy, but you also still have that pick coming.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a reach either. I mean, you've got I've seen Buffalo at 10 talked about with the receiver. The Jets could use a receiver. I mean, there are a bunch of teams that could use a receiver. You don't know what's going to happen if you like Davis. I don't really believe in reaches. You're trying to get good players. If you get a good player, great. If you could have gotten him 3 picks later, sometimes you just get too cute.
Justin, was this your report? Is he there? Justin?
Cory Davis?
Yeah.
No, I think that was Mike.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, he was my number 1 receiver, and every time I watched him this year, he played Illinois, so I mean he's going to put up big numbers against Illinois, but every time I watched him this year, he impressed. And then that Wisconsin game in the bowl game, he was impressive. And I mean, Wisconsin has a physical defense, and he was holding his own.
Yeah, Jets are now on the clock. About 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I love Cory Davis. I watched a bit of him, quite a bit of him, and I thought he was, clearly, evidently the number 1 receiver in this draft to me. And I mean, Mike Williams probably has a higher upside, but Davis, NFL level. This guy, in some respects, is just so ready to play day one that this isn't a reach to me. I agree with Dave to a certain extent that there are no reaches in the NFL. I'd say that drafting, Wes Lunt top 5 would be a reach, but he'd disagree with that. So that how it goes.
What about Jamal Adams to the Jets here?
Well, they said when they interviewed him, they told him, "Why are you here?" And because you're not going to be there when we pick. But this reeks of the Leonard Williams situation. It's the same thing. A lot of people had Leonard Williams 1 or 2 on the board, and now he's going to be here for the Jets again. Rappaport is reporting Cleveland is trying to trade for Kirk Cousins right now.
Wow.
Justin's brain is just leaking out his ears right now.
With all those extra picks, with all those extra picks, I mean, that makes a ton of sense.
Right.
Or could the Jets go Watson?
Oh, God.
Somebody check on Mark.
Huh.
I think this is Joe. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Joe, the writer for ITP, Joe F. Wrote a piece on the Jets' 6th overall pick in the last day or two about, with Todd Bowles being on the hot seat, how does, what is your philosophy? Are you sort of accepting that you're probably going to fire him after the season? And how does that affect whether you go quarterback or not? Which was super interesting because, you got to believe he's the guy when you're picking a quarterback, especially at something like 6 overall. And then to clean house 1 year after taking a quarterback, that sort of messes with everything. So, I don't know. It almost makes the case a little bit with Bowles on the hot seat. It looks like Jamal Adams is on the phone and crying right now. So I'm thinking Adams.
He's upset about the New York pick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good cry or
steal. Yeah, I think this is something Shane and I talked about on the podcast, was that with the Bowles situation is that you've got a guy, and Jamal Adams can play whoever the head coach is. He's going to fit in any system that they bring in. But the quarterback isn't necessarily going to be that way. So I think Bowles being a defensive coach, that being the case, the GM can make that call, and Adams is especially value-wise. All around, this is a great pick for the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, if Bowles is anything as a defensive coach, he just loves versatility from his players. You'll see that especially in the way that he uses his DBs and the way he schemes with them in the back end. He wants to do a lot. He did that in Arizona, and he's tried to do that to a certain extent in New York, but he's just been limited, I think, by just lack of talent there, quite frankly. So for him to get a guy like Jamal Adams who can just fill a lot of roles, honestly, it checks a lot of boxes. For them, for what he could do as a coach, as a coordinator, as a defensive mind. Right now, he's just probably licking his chops at the thought of Jamal Adams.
And Jeff, we talked about how those top 2-3 salaries for a safety can be problematic if that's not something that you kind of budget in your team. But at 6, Ronnie Stanley last year, his contract, he makes $4.5 million a year. I mean, that's what Quentin Demps, DJ Swearinger make. It's less than Kurt Coleman and Ron Parker. So I think you feel really good about Adams at that salary. Whereas if he was 3rd overall, he'd be being paid a top 12 safety already. Now I think he's an even better value at that price point.
I mean, that's a great point. And remember Todd Bowles was the defensive coordinator in Arizona when they drafted Buchanan, and I think he's going to be able to do some really creative stuff with Adams, because I think their skill sets are very similar. And you weren't always able to see Adams in the deep half, and I certainly think that he can do that. But he's going to be a beast. I mean, you saw him in the Louisville. Ryan, we did the video chat during the bowl game, and you saw, that first half, Jamal Adams put on a clinic with how to defend a fast offense.
Yeah, and did just about everything. I mean, he played man, he played underneath zone, he stopped the run. I mean, that was textbook safety play. It was awesome. It was fun to watch. And I think that's a nice pick for Bowles, a high floor and probably a pretty high ceiling pick as well, which is, you'd like to see that.
Yep. Yeah, I think he's a good I think he's a good coverage player. I mean, I wouldn't want to put him on like Julian Edelman. He doesn't have that kind of lateral quickness, but I mean, I've seen him, start in the middle of the field and pick up the inside slot running a seam route and run stride for stride with that guy up the field. I mean, he's definitely got the athleticism and the skills to defend the pass. They just used him in the box because he could make a lot more plays there, and he's such a good run defender.
Yeah, it's the first defensive back taken tonight, so I'm behind on my drinking game of drinking every time one comes off. So if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, grab a beer.
This video chat got a lot more drinky than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I certainly didn't expect to be drinking beer at before 11 o'clock in the morning, but here we are.
I think we can give you an exception. You can drink whenever you want for the next rest of Trubisky's career.
Meanwhile, Ducarm's in a college dorm, so he probably can't get away with anything.
Just finished my last class my sophomore year today, so I can, I got time.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, envious.
I think I'm going to be drinking all weekend, to be honest.
To be fair, though, I do have to be up at 6 a.m. tomorrow, so, keep it pretty light, I think.
What does have to get up at 6 a.m. mean?
We have off-season lifting and workout program for squash, so that's what we're doing twice a week at 7 a.m. it starts.
I didn't understand any of the words of that sentence, and it definitely doesn't sound like something you need to get up at 6 a.m. for.
Look, I'm like one of the few guys who goes, so I got to do it.
Oh, God. Do you know why you're one of the few guys that goes?
I have a feeling it's at 7 a.m. on a Friday, yeah.
Because it's college.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, man. All right, so number 7 in the Chargers. As we bring things, Malik Hooker is the guy that people were looking at here, and it makes a ton of sense given Gus Bradley probably bringing in the cover 3, needing that deep safety that they don't currently have. Thoughts on that?
That seems like the natural pick here. I can't think of a guy with Adams gone. I don't think there's a guy who's like really falling to them that would change their mind.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think who else is on the board, who they may go for. But I think Hooker probably makes the most sense here.
Would they think about quarterback? And Rivers isn't getting younger. Are they on the verge of competing?
You know what? They don't have, when I looked at their needs, they've got a lot of young players that have seen playing time early and got a lot of snaps and haven't really been, terrible. You're going to see some improvement. So they don't have as many needs as you would think a team drafting the top 10 should have. So I think they have that flexibility, Dave, to draft the quarterback here. If there's a guy that you like, and Rivers admittedly wasn't thrilled about them moving to LA. I don't know.
Hooker, Luke, did you do Nick did the Hooker profile, but I think he's a guy who tremendous physical talent. He just makes the most jaw-dropping plays ranging to the sideline. Nobody in this class has his range. He's got a good build. His tackling is okay, except that he takes too shallow angles too much of the time, and he flies in totally out of control. He was a first-year starter, so you figure, okay, maybe that gets better with experience. But then he's got the, whatever his hip issue is that's keeping him from – he didn't do anything at the combine or any of the postseason stuff. So there's some risk
where he's more athlete than football player.
Well, I think he makes some football plays, but I think he's got some flaws too. Jeff,
what's that?
You had an observation about the kind of plays or the situations in which he made those big plays.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a lot of deflections. There was a lot of he was the help, or the quarterbacks were making very simple reads. It seems like a lot of times when he was making an interception and making a big play, you watch the quarterback on that particular play, and he was looking at one side of the field, and it was a very easy read for the safety. So, I'm not nearly as big a Hooker fan. I still have him in my top 15. I'm not nearly as big a Malik Hooker fan, as everyone else. But I think this is a sneaky place for an offensive lineman. If you've got a team that, if you're willing to take a shot, I mean, you reach maybe and take Cam Robinson or Forrest Lamp, two guys at 7 that probably may not be worth that value. But I think it's not that crazy a pick when you think about it. If they are the two of the best linemen in this draft, and the Chargers line right now, I mean, they've got some guys that are their significant question marks. Even Russell Okung, who they added this offseason, is his health going to be? Is he going to stay healthy? You don't know. So that's the one I'd be looking at right there. I'd be interested to see if they're going to go offensive line or they're going to go try and get someone that fits in that Gus Bradley defense.
The offensive line's interesting because, I mean, there are a lot of teams that need offensive linemen. So, if you pass on him here, I don't know if you can be guaranteed to get anybody, certainly not in the second round, even if you trade back, who knows? I mean, Carolina at 8 could use offensive linemen.
What are we thinking about getting Rivers some help here? Going for like a Mike Williams or a Christian McCaffrey?
Well, he just used a first on Gordon, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Mike Williams.
I would start maybe wide receiver, but don't know.
Yeah, I saw the McCaffrey talk. I just never really got it with Gordon there. I don't think running back's the problem, for them. So it's too much of a luxury, I think. It looks like they're picks in, so they're not trading out either.
The wide receiver position, Inman and Tyrell Williams got a lot of time last year with the injuries, and they're young players, and they play pretty well. Keenan Allen come back from injury, and Travis Benjamin got all that money last year. I mean, I don't know if that was ever the issue. I mean, Phillip Rivers seems to produce no matter who the receivers are, and it's not really the problem. I just think getting the guys on defense that are going to fit that. I think they have a lot of them in the front 7 that fit the Bradley scheme, but finding someone to be that deep safety or finding an offensive lineman is where I would lean here.
O.J. Howard could be a sort of a sneaky pick. Gates is 75 years old or something. I don't know. I mean, that's just a random thought. I don't know.
They did draft Hunter Henry in the second last year.
And he had a good year.
Yeah,
he had a really good year.
Here Luke's got it.
I was going to say I got the pick, but if you guys want to find out, go by all means.
Yeah.
Hold on.
All right, I just got it.
Mike Williams.
Yep.
Oh. Well, just throw everything I was saying about the receivers out.
Yeah.
Welcome to the draft.
I
was just thinking. I think when Jeff was talking about offensive line, it sort of popped into my head that for a split second, I thought maybe they could go receiver here. Keenan Allen just can't stay on the field, unfortunately. And getting that help for Rivers, and I just wasn't sure. But hey, here we are, Mike Williams, number 7. Wow.
The guy was a killer in 2014, and then he was out 15 with that. There it is. They're showing it right now. I mean, this is kind of where he was even 3 years ago in college. He was the next coming. They were predicting that this is as high as he was going to go. And it's good to see a guy like this come back and work his way back from a significant injury. And he had a great year. And obviously in the championship game was beasting some of the Alabama defensive backs. So.
Yeah, I'm just showing some highlights of him now. I think Rivers will be happy.
Yeah, Rivers is going to have fun with this. Has he ever really had like a legitimate number 1 wide receiver?
Vincent Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vincent Jackson. But that was a while ago now.
Chris Chambers was there for a while, wasn't he?
Denario Alexander.
I tell you what, I bet you Phillip Rivers is one of the most interesting. If you were to find his touchdown passes not thrown to Antonio Gates, it is probably one of the most interesting lists out there.
Definitely, I'd agree with that.
He's thrown over 100 to Gates. Oh yeah,
80 Yeah.
So now it's Carolina, right? There's been a lot of McCaffrey talk here. Is that what people are thinking it's going to happen?
Man, they need offensive line to me more than anything.
Well,
I think they need some help there.
Their interior is fine. They could use a tackle.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. A Cam Robinson type.
But I mean, McCaffrey's interesting because they've never really had that kind of underneath valve for Newton. I mean, he could kind of fill like almost a complement to Jonathan Stewart and like a underneath yak receiver. I mean, I think the Panthers had some of the lowest yak in football last year.
Yeah, you could line up. He works well out of the shotgun with the zone read. He can line up in the slot, and they got Kelvin Benjamin and Devin Funchess, who are big guys on the outside. I mean, they need another weapon, and they're not going to. It's not going to be, even though they need a DB like Marshon Lattimore. They're not going to take Marshon Lattimore. They just don't draft corners early because they don't need a man corner. They need a zone guy.
And I actually kind of like Hooker there. Like, I think it'd be really interesting to see that defense with like a zone top of the field guy like that. That would be a lot of fun.
Pick is in for the Panthers.
Mike Adams is old and maybe not as good as they could do, but I mean, Stewart.
They have Trey Boston and
Jonathan Stewart's also 31 years old, even though they re-signed him.
Right. It's almost time for that sort of era to end. All right, Carolina's pick is about to be announced. May have it early.
It's got to be McCaffrey here, I reckon.
Oh man, this is Thomas Davis announcing the pick.
Oh yeah.
What an awesome guy he is, man, and a great player.
The pick's been announced on Twitter, so.
Do I look or do I wait?
It's up to you. I made the mistake, but it's not a surprise.
Well,
now we're interpreting Jeff's code and everything. I mean,
Wes Lunt.
It's happened.
Listen, guys, we really need a pro-style quarterback to go along with Cam, and our receivers can't get downfield fast enough, so we'll throw a lot of short passes with Wes Lunt.
We're getting McCaffrey here.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey.
So Cincy now, I think, on the clock.
2 months ago, I would have said Reuben Foster to Cincinnati. Now I have no idea what it's going to be.
John Allen, maybe?
John Allen could be, yeah. I will say this. McCaffrey to Carolina is a lot of fun for just one reason. What they can do now with the inverted veer, when they can run Newton on the dive and have McCaffrey running the kind of the sweep, that's going to be fun. Not to mention if they ever decide to go two back, Jonathan Stewart and McCaffrey set up in pistol, they can do a lot of stuff right now with the option.
Yep, absolutely.
I think it adds a lot of dimensions to that offense.
It'd be fun to watch, I think, too. Their offense has been very power-based, but I think this changes that a little bit. I think it's very versatile. And, I'm looking forward to watching this offense now with and it'd be interesting to see what they do.
Well, the obligatory Bills analysis coming from you here. I would love if Hooker fell to 10. That was sort of my, with Davis gone and now with Williams gone too, that's like the dream pick. Cincy, John Allen seems to be the guy I've heard there a lot if he fell. And then O.J. Howard maybe. if they're not sold on Eifert's health. Joe Goodberry on Twitter, who's a really good Bengals follow, he's been sort of talking about their apparent interest in those two guys. And then Marshon Lattimore is still on the board too in that corner, so it'll be interesting. And not for Cincy, I don't think they're going corner, but just in general.
I feel like Cincinnati has taken a first-round cornerback in like 8 of the last 10 drafts. Like, it feels like that.
And
they took William Jackson last year, and then 3 years ago they took Darqueze Dennard and
Dre Kirkpatrick recently too.
A couple years before that, yeah.
I mean, Jackson didn't play at all, right? Yeah, they're showing it now. He had a torn pec, so getting him back, I mean, that's a nice addition. So, yeah, I mean, Cincy, there's a couple ways they can go here. Or, you know, if a team like Cleveland is trying to get up ahead of Buffalo, if they think the Bills are going quarterback, you know, this could be sort of a natural spot for Cincy to move back.
I'm thinking maybe Jonathan Allen here, but he's got his problems, hasn't he? With was it the arthritis in the shoulders or whatever it was about a month ago? You know, a lot of people were saying that that could make him fall. You know, sort of maybe into later in the first, but you know, I haven't heard anything in regards to you know, how exactly that's going to affect his stock here. So there, so it could be the pick here, but I get the feeling that Allen might fall a little bit more, maybe into the middle of the first before we see him. But yeah, just 3 minutes to go now, so pick should be in soon. But I think I like the idea of Allen there. Maybe OJ Howard, but they've got Eifert, don't they? I know he's just come off an injury, but didn't he come back, I think, late last year? And you know, he looked pretty good for the end of the season. So depending on how they feel about, like Ryan said, about his health, but no, I like Allen with Cincinnati. I think the pick might be in, actually.
Yep, pick's in. So nobody traded up.
I think it's interesting too, just to kind of monitor right now, just the quarterbacks are starting to fall.
Yep.
And now we're getting into the mid-range where maybe you've got a team like Arizona who's going to take a quarterback. Dare I say maybe the Bills going to take a quarterback. Maybe.
Right, we'll see.
Where you got teams like Kansas City who might be trading up. So this is, I think, starting to be quarterback watch time for us.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even the Saints, like if they had one guy who they really liked, you know, at 11, you know, where they're like, all right, we start preparing for Brees because we have 32nd overall to get an impact defensive player maybe. So I think this sort of the teens are going to be an interesting spot for the quarterbacks, I think.
I like Mahomes to the Saints, but I'm not sure about at 11.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting pick, I think.
So we've got the Bills next, don't we? We've got the Bengals now, and we've got the Bills at 10.
Yeah. So if this is Allen at Cincinnati, I'm taking Hooker very quickly.
And you got Cleveland hanging out in a couple picks too.
Right.
Cousins in the trade. What do you think? I didn't actually expect 2 wide receivers to go in the top 10. That's quite of a surprise to me.
That was a bit of a surprise, especially with people thinking Davis might fall, you know, to the mid to late first. That, you know, that sort of created a little mini run there. So now I think, where does, you know, a guy like John Ross go? Does it push other receivers up the board? I think that'll be an interesting thing to watch as well.
I am an unabashed Ross truther here, so
You're all here
injuries
for that.
aside, I think
And you went to Colorado, so it takes a bit for you to say nice things about a Husky.
I watched him destroy the Colorado defensive backs in the Pac-12 championship. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah. I remember starting in on a Killer Witherspoon tape, and that was the first game I put in, and I was like, I thought this guy ran a 4.41. Oh, that's John Ross. He got destroyed on the first play.
Speaking of whom, he just got drafted by the Bengals.
Wow. John Ross.
Yeah, that's I am shocked. This is not a wide receiver draft I thought as being a 3 wide receiver top 10.
Woo!
AJ Green, John Ross, and Tyler Eifert.
Receivers in the top 10.
And what's his name? Boyd out of Pitt.
Yep.
Tyler.
Wow. I never thought we'd see those 3 wide receivers in the top 10. That's insane.
Yeah. All right, Buffalo, don't Bills this pick. Don't mess this up. It's Hooker and go home happy. Come on.
No, you can't do worse than the Bears, man.
Yeah, we didn't go with Mitchell, I guess.
Maybe this means the NFL isn't as high on those mid-round receivers as
Kansas City have just, I think, traded up to number 10.
Whoa, really?
Is that am I hearing that right?
Deshaun Watson?
For KC? Interesting.
Is it Watson or Mahomes? They're coming up for a quarterback.
Watson or Mahomes for Michael Chaps.
Is that correct? I thought I heard it. I might have misheard, but is that?
No, that's what my stream is saying.
Yeah, Chiefs acquired 10th pick from the Bills.
Where the picking?
The Chiefs 27. Wow. So they just traded their first, third, and their one next year for the Bills spot.
All right.
Ooh, that's a quarterback.
Wow. That's a quarterback deal.
Yeah.
All right. Well, a lot of Bills fans wanted to trade down.
17. That's 17 spots. Where were KC at the beginning? Was it 26 or 20?
27, yeah.
27. I love John Ross.
Did you do his profile, Justin?
Sorry?
Did you do Ross's profile?
Yes, I did. I had him. I actually had him going to the Ravens. If if anyone was to ask me where I thought he'd go, I thought the Ravens would get him. But I don't know, man. I like him here. I like him next to Dalton. Andy Dalton's he's a good quarterback. I like the having him opposite AJ Green, but I like Ross because he can line up on the outside as well, so they can move him around a bit and get a bit more dynamic on their offense. So I first thoughts are I like that pick. I think I'm going to go back and watch some Bengals from last year and just it'd be interesting to see how he fits in. But initial thoughts are that he's a nice fit there, and I quite like it. I didn't think that he'd go that high, but come to think of it, it's not a bad pick for them, especially if he can stay healthy too.
Yeah, I think he's not a bad Rex Burkhead replacement.
So we've got AJ Green, Ross, Tyler Boyd, Eifert at tight end, and then still the Hill Bernard backfield. That's some real skill weapons. Too bad their offensive line is in shambles now.
Yeah, someone's coming through a little echoed. I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's just me either, but
I've been hearing a little too.
I blame Dave.
There we go. So the Bills get the 27th. The Bills get the 3rd round pick this year, and they get a 2018 first round pick.
I like it.
I would too.
Yeah, and I think that I would think puts quarterback out of the equation, but I don't know. Guess we'll see it. Especially if they replace. Yeah, I mean, if they replace,
I like that for the Bills.
Yeah,
It's
I'm a
gutsy.
fan. And if KC replaces Alex Smith this year with a rookie, I don't know how far they get. You know, if they go, let's say Mahomes or Watson for this year, they might take a bit of a fall, which moves that first round pick up even a little bit more earlier in the first round next year. But I'm not sure if that's the play. But I think overall, probably a good deal for both teams.
I would imagine they're coming up for Watson, as I feel like he's just a better fit stylistically for the Andy Reid offense.
Yeah.
But honestly, it could be Mahomes. It would not surprise me one bit if it's Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean that's a trade up, swing for the fences kind of pick. Yeah, and I think moving up from 27 to 10 for a first next year and a third this year is not a ton. I mean, that's not, I don't think, an unreasonable amount. You know, that's not totally mortgaging your future or anything. So I think it's a good deal for both sides.
It's not crazy to think of this. I mean, the quality in this draft. It's really that from 10 to 27. I don't think the quality is that different. In this draft.
Yeah, I like it more for the Bills. I think, you know, it like you said, Ryan. If they pick a quarterback here and he becomes a replacement for Alex Smith, you know, then there may be a drop off for the Chiefs in terms of their record, which obviously bumps up that first round pick next year. But ultimately, Bills, yeah, that's a nice trade for them.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fair deal all around.
What's the last first round quarterback the Chiefs have drafted?
It said it's been like 20, 30 years.
Blackledge?
Yeah.
In 83, wow. I think. Oh.
So Hooker's falling too. I mean, that's not a big storyline here with the Chiefs big trade, but you know, I would guess, you know, the lack of testing, the medicals, that's got to play a role in it. If he starts tumbling a bit.
Well, and I think you look at Hooker and you start to look at the next one, New Orleans, and they've got a guy in Jarris Byrd who's just been such a disappointment for them at free safety, really.
Yeah.
That this is,
baby.
You start to link that right there.
Right.
Oh, man.
Tumbling a bit, too.
I got to stop looking at the picks early.
Ah, geez, Jeff. Because your reaction, Jeff, I try to read that now. Like, that's just stressing me out to a whole new level.
Is it who I think it is?
I don't know who you think it is.
I think it's Mahomes.
Oh, that smile. Trying to read it.
Wow. Wow. I don't giving up what they gave up where I have this guy.
Where'd he end up for you, Jeff, on your
West Lunt? Oh wait, you're surprised. So now Westland.
Listen, I know a lot of people like Patrick Mahomes, and I don't dislike him. I had him in the second round. I had a high second round grade on him, and to give up what they gave up, I mean, both trades up for quarterbacks right now, I don't agree with at all. Based on the investment or based on what they gave up. The difference is that the Chiefs had an infrastructure in place to support, because the upside of Mahomes is ridiculous.
Right.
And you've got enough equity with the GM and the coach there where they can take a risk, because they've built up equity over time with that fan base and with the organization being successful, that they could make the upside play here.
But that's their first this year. That's their first next year. And if Mahomes doesn't work out, they're not going to be here in 4 years.
Right. I'm not. I don't agree with either one of the trades. That's just too much to give up. I mean, the Browns are going to end up with Deshaun Watson here without making a move.
Right.
And what's almost even crazier to me is that Kansas City is giving up all this. Well, I don't know if this is necessarily a crazy thing, but my guess is they're coming up because they had to jump New Orleans. Because nobody's going to trade up all that way from 27 for a guy like Mahomes unless they feel like that there's a clear and present threat to him.
Yeah, Mahomes.
So I guess they're coming up
too. I mean, the Browns at 12.
Yeah, I think you also need to find a willing buyer. You need to find a willing seller.
Yeah.
Someone that's willing to give that pick up. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were going all along. I mean, most teams before Cleveland at least. Wow. What a difference in quarterbacks as far as stylistically between Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes.
I know.
The guy that is only playing really because he manages the game and he tries not to make mistakes. And then the guy who's besides the physical tools, one big issue is he might make mistakes.
Well, finally they have a quarterback with the arm strength to get it to Tyreek Hill.
Deshaun Kaiser Hive, come on. Where is he?
I mean, he could fall to the second round. I mean, I don't know I don't know how the NFL values him, but if he starts falling late in the first, a team like the Jets, they could trade up, to the back of the first for him. I mean, and then you get Jamal Adams and Deshaun Kaiser. Like that's a pretty nice haul. I don't know if he falls that far though.
I just can't believe that Deshaun Watson and Deshaun Kaiser are going to go after Mitchell Trubisky and Pat Mahomes.
That's crazy.
In my mind, I know some people said that this would happen, but I don't get it at all.
Maybe the part of the feeling is that if you're Andy Reid, you're really good at designing an offense that works like on a down-to-down basis.
Yeah.
And the problem you run into is now, that works, and it works, that works, and we see this with Alex Smith, and then, one of your plays doesn't work, and it's 3rd and 7, and you need someone who can make something. So maybe you can kind of corral Mahomes's baser instincts, I guess, with more structure on 1st and 2nd down, and then let him loose a little bit on 3rd down, which is sort of what Seattle has done with Russell Wilson.
Or you could run a 2-quarterback system. Just put Mahomes in on 3rd down. I mean, I personally love Mahomes. He caught my eye 2 years ago when I was watching Jordan Phillips against Texas Tech, and this rookie Mahomes goes on the field. I'm like, who is this kid like with this super incredible arm? So I've been a big fan of his for 2 years. He showed development, stone cold when there's pressure in his face. He just takes the hits, and from everything I've seen this year, he's a smart kid at the whiteboard with the marker in his hand. You just got to have a good quarterback mind with him. So I think he's, if we're talking places where he could have landed, this is a great spot for him to land.
Didn't Shane say that Mahomes would go there?
Yes. I don't know if he said he would go 10. I think he had him to Cleveland at 12. Yeah, I mean, New Orleans here, though. I mean, they have Hooker, Lattimore, and Jonathan Allen sitting there looking him in the face. You couldn't have asked for a better board setup for the Saints, especially when they need a defender.
Yeah, they're in a nice spot here. It's probably why it's taken so long to pick.
Yeah.
I mean, in the same situation with Cleveland, they got their pick of quarterbacks or, another impact defender if that's the route they want to go. So, yeah, it looks like New Orleans hasn't made the pick yet.
Yeah, and last year they had the kid out of Louisville whose name escapes me.
Sheldon Rankins.
That's right. Fell down to them when I didn't think he was going to make it that far. So they're in another spot here where it's like the Jets, just in a slightly different place in the draft, where they've got several impact defensive guys just slipping down the board to them. So they're in a great spot.
And I think I would be surprised, right, at the beginning of the year for his rookie year. So he's he's going to get a full. I think he had a broken leg. So I mean, he's going to have a full offseason Rankins, and they, maybe add a guy like Hooker or Lattimore to it, which would be a really nice impact.
I would be surprised if it's. I would be very surprised if it was a safety, only because they drafted Von Bell early last year for free safety, and I mean with Lattimore, Humphrey on the board, that would. Right now they got Devin Breaux and PJ Williams up top, and I think Lattimore or Humphrey would be a great pick.
Yeah, and they traded up for Bell too.
Yeah.
Are you a Humphrey guy, Dave?
Yeah, I like Humphrey a lot. I think he's got. I mean, there's that concern with. Ryan, you wrote the profile on Humphrey actually.
Yep.
Sorry, Ryan.
No, yeah, I'm a big fan. I think he's one of those guys where there's some stuff to clean up. The biggest concern for me was a little over aggressive playing deep routes. He'd fall for a head fake, fall for sort of a dino step, a jab step. But he's one of those guys. The way he plays, I love his man coverage. I love his ability at the line of scrimmage. But the way he plays, like the toughness he shows, like that's what I want in a corner. That's a guy I'm like willing to pound the table for. Coming up, just willing to whack guys when he's tackling, chirping people. That's what you want in a shutdown corner. And I think if he has some support deep, he can make a few mistakes early in his career. But I thought he was total shutdown in the short and intermediate areas. Played some man, played some zone. I think he's a very good first-round pick for just about any team, honestly. I'm a big Humphrey fan for sure.
Good. Well, the one thing I noticed was that he seemed to be a lot more physical than the recent Alabama cornerbacks that have kind of fizzled out, whether it's Milner and Kirkpatrick. Kirkpatrick's still kicking around, but his physicality is what stood out to me, and he was willing to stick his nose in.
100%. Yep, Saints just picked, if people want to hear it, it was Marshon Lattimore.
Good pick.
Yep. So.
Yep, that's a great pick.
Yeah,
take advantage of the value on the board.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, he's a really solid man cover guy. He ran like a 4.35, 4.36. He's got really fluid change of direction. He could clean up his press technique at the line of scrimmage some. That needs a little refinement, but he's so fast and has such good change of direction that he got away with that. And he's a really good he's a really physical run defender too. Not as good at getting off blocks as Humphrey, but I actually thought he was even better tackler. I mean, he'll stick a guy. He's a physical dude too.
It's pretty crazy when he was much more physical than Malik Hooker showed on tape as far as being support in the run game. Another guy like Humphrey, I mean, I think they're both very well rounded. A lot of corners that have come out, they're not always as well rounded. They may be outstanding with ball skills, outstanding with speeds, outstanding with mirroring, but both these guys are just solid in every area, it seems.
Exactly. Yep. And Dave, what you said about Lattimore with tackling, that's what I saw him versus Humphrey too. I liked what Humphrey brought, his aggressiveness, but he'd come in high on guys, and I'm like, I'm willing to take that because he wants to hit people. So, but you're totally right. I think Lattimore is very solid, and I think he's got a nice high floor with his athleticism, his aggressiveness, his physicality. I mean, that's a good pick for the Saints, and then they got 32nd overall tonight too. So.
The downside with Lattimore is he missed his whole freshman year. He redshirted with a hamstring issue. He missed almost his whole sophomore year. And this is a Saints team that's seen, Rankins get hurt that we just talked about. Kikaha missed the whole year last year with an injury.
Yeah.
The whole PJ Williams has had basically his first 2 years wiped out by injury. I mean, they've had so many defensive injuries. I think you have to love the pick at 11, but I imagine Saints fans are a little skittish about adding another injury-prone guy to a group that has not stayed healthy.
And he tweaked his hamstring again at the combine, I think, right? I mean,
he said it was a hip flexor, but I mean, I don't know if that's better.
Right, exactly.
I mean, it's the soft muscle injuries or soft tissue injuries that's really bothering him. That's been nagging, it seems like, and he just Yeah, I mean that's the only real concern. I mean they're talking right now on about getting stuck on blocks. What quarterback hasn't gotten stuck on blocks before? I mean that is not a major concern for me.
Right.
He's a solid player and worthy of this pick. Right now though, how many phone calls are the Browns getting for that number 12 pick?
Yeah.
A lot. And I mean, even just keeping a look on the board more generally, this is the first, one of like only 2 drafts or something in the last 15 years that a tackle hasn't gone top 10.
Trade?
Yep. The Houston Texans just traded up.
Deshaun Watson.
We got that on tape, me calling that. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, where's Mark when we need him?
Man, yeah, let's get Mark in here. I mean, you guys.
This is Watson, surely, right?
Yeah. Wow.
I was gonna say OJ Howard is still on the board, but this is Deshaun all the way. I think
had to jump Arizona. I think.
Yeah.
This is the guy.
Wow.
That's
Deshaun
great
Watson
in Houston.
Here. Yeah.
I mean, they're easily AFC South favorites with this.
With Watson, yeah, they have to be.
We're getting big time by Schofield. He's on with Waldman right now.
Seeing if Schefter's got it.
I mean, the Titans are going to be a force too. That AFC South is a lot better than it used to be because the Colts. Yep. I mean, I like what Chris Ballard's done early on.
Yeah,
that AFC South is a lot better.
Now, what did Houston give up to get rid of Brock? Was that a second next year?
I think so. Yeah.
So I'll be interested to see what they give up because they don't. I mean, they don't have a lot. If with no second next year, they're giving up a first next year as well. They want it now. Essentially,
and looking.
What about Davis Webb?
Looking just a couple picks down the line too at Indianapolis. Booker's still on the board, and I don't know if I'd say that Arizona or Philly are threats to take a free safety.
That's a great point.
Free safety falling to them as well.
I love Jonathan Allen, Arizona.
Oh yeah, I like that.
The Cardinals did lose a safety in the offseason, right?
Did Jefferson leave?
Yeah, it was Jefferson. He went to the Ravens.
To the Ravens, okay.
I feel like the Cardinals have way more holes than people give them credit for, though.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they take a long look at Reuben Foster.
It's interesting. I mean, Foster's
the Browns get another first-round pick next year.
Oh, my God.
No way.
Yep. The Browns get the 25th overall pick and a 2018 first-round pick for that trade.
Is that it? Just the 2 first?
Yep. So the first this year, 24, and the first-round pick next year.
Teams are just flipping a first next year to trade up. This is ridiculous.
So now the Browns have 2 firsts, 2 seconds next year as well.
They would do, wouldn't they? I think, yeah.
Yeah. Both from Houston, which is kind of interesting too.
Yeah.
Eventually, they might pick up good players.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what though? I mean, we talked about the late first round, early second round is a ton of value. So you're picking up a future first and moving to a place where there's a lot of guys there that are probably gonna fall into their laps. But I don't. Whoever made the point about Arizona, I posted an article today about my needs assessment article, and when I did I put it together for Arizona. I mean, I was shocked at how many holes they had and where their talent was relative to where I think the general public thinks Arizona is. Like, this isn't the same team they were 2 years ago.
Right.
They've lost a ton. I think I had them 21st or 22nd in talent. So it's interesting. It's a lot of aging guys too. They have a lot of aging guys in prominent positions.
So who we got here?
What
kick is in?
Reuben Foster or Jonathan Allen. They probably not Reuben Foster because of the issues, but or Hassan Reddick. Hassan Reddick seems to be a guy.
It'd be an interesting pick for Arizona. This has got to be Watson for Houston, right?
No, Watson for Houston, yeah.
Yeah.
None of the Alabama guys have gone, right?
Nope, I don't think so.
Yeah, I was just trying to think about that. They had Saban and Dabo being interviewed on the red carpet simultaneously, and I was curious who was going to go first, a Clemson guy or a Bama guy. I guess we're about to get our answer.
Well, Mike Williams already won.
Yeah, Mike Williams.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. I completely ruled him out. I was like, not top 10.
It's Deshaun Watson.
There it is.
Yep.
Wow.
See, it would have been Deshaun Kaiser. It would have been Deshaun Kaiser if his coach sold him as a good player, like Dabo did.
Yeah, that whole situation's just been a mess to watch. I mean,
thanks, Ryan. Notre Dame fan upset over here. No, I mean Deshaun Watson is going to be. I forgot where we mentioned this or who I was talking to when I mentioned it, but I mean they need a guy who's been on the big stage because they're going to be in contention with a good quarterback. They need a guy who's going to know his role, who's going to be a leader. And Deshaun Watson checks all those boxes for the Texans right now. He's a guy who's probably the most ready to start, and a guy who's going to play within the system. He's going to be a leader of that team, and the Texans are going to be competing right away. And no one's played on a bigger stage the last couple of years than Deshaun Watson as far as college football players.
How happy is DeAndre Hopkins right now? I mean, poor guy.
Yeah, Clemson too.
They went to the playoffs with Brock Osweiler as their quarterback.
And J.J. Watt hurt.
Yeah. Is Watson the de facto week 1 starter?
I think if you trade up and you give up this much to get up there and you have no other real good options, yeah.
There's been
it's going to be Tom Savage?
I mean, Savage, I think, is a free agent after the year, too. So, I mean, they might give lip service to there being a competition, but I have to think this is Watson's job to lose.
So, Philip Kibbe in the Slack group just made a great point. This trade, does that give them the first they want to trade to Washington for Kirk Cousins, the Browns, that is?
Yeah.
Does that give them the ammo to do that now, which I think is a great point.
Interesting.
I think that's almost a done deal now because they need to come out of this draft with a quarterback.
Right. So you trade maybe Houston's first next year and, one of your third or fourth. I don't know what they're going to trade, but, that still gives you an impact player and you come out with a quarterback. But I think –
but you think – I mean, Washington would rather have the 12 this year.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I don't know if that was ever on the table, but
right.
Well, I mean, a deal probably has to happen soon because if Washington's going to make a trade, and they basically have Colt McCoy behind Cousins on the roster. When the Browns make the deal, they've got 2 firsts and 3 seconds next year now. And if Washington's going to make the deal, they're probably going to want to know that they have a deal in place when they pick at 17.
Yeah, they're going to need to know what their process is.
Yeah.
Because McCoy said
if they want Kaiser there, they're going to have to take him there because they have somebody. But I don't know.
Right. Do they like a guy in the middle round? I mean, I don't want to say his name, but Davis Webb, not in the first round, but do they like him or like a Nathan Peterman or something in rounds 2 or 3 if that's their sort of plan if they get rid of Cousins? That'll be.
I mean, they could just at that rate they could just ride with Cody Kessler for a year and say we'll get our quarterback in 2018.
Yeah. Swap Kessler.
I'm scared to check Twitter to see if Jimmy Garoppolo rumors are.
Oh man, swirling, I'm sure.
Why is Susie crying?
I'm going to need some context to that remark.
So what?
I guess I misheard what you said.
Oh, it looks like Susie Colbert's crying.
Oh, really?
She's interviewing Watson, and I think she's crying.
I think I heard her say something like, this means a lot to me. And then I spaced out, or we were having a conversation here, so I don't actually know why, but something. So I know one of the great Deshaun Watson got picked was he was donated a house when he was a kid through Habitat for Humanity, and that's where he lived growing up.
Oh yeah,
maybe something connected with that. Perhaps that's total speculation, though. So
I'm not hearing the whole thing either. So
yeah,
I'm on a completely different view of it. So,
yeah. God, Arizona getting Jonathan Allen right here would be just an absolute steal, along the lines of Jamal Adams going where he did.
It would, because they could really use a guy who they can use across that front. I mean, Arians, I privately thought John Ross was going to be a really good kind of fit for Arians. He likes those fast kind of receivers, but they, with him gone, Jonathan Allen makes a lot of sense.
Check that out. All 3 quarterbacks drafted so far, all drafted through trades.
Huh.
Be interesting to see where Kaiser goes now. Right, Cardinals pick is in. Where do you want to see Kaiser go, Jeff? What's your sort of thinking
Kaiser?
in terms of where do you see him going? What team?
I'm sorry, as my voice is going and I'm pitching a little bit, but Kaiser. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know right now where he would be. The best spot for him. I mean, look at the teams that actually do need a quarterback. I mean, does he go to Cleveland? Is that a place? I think that's a place where he's an Ohio guy. He's a Cleveland, or he's an Ohio guy too. And I like the matchup with, he needs a good quarterback coach and needs a good tutor. And I think Hugh Jackson can be that guy. And they need something there, because I'm okay. I like what David said about Cody Kessler coming in and maybe playing. Was it Dave? Dave, was that you that said that?
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Nothing matters anymore.
Oh, God. But
what about like the Giants or something?
Yeah. Yeah, Cleveland makes sense as far as that quarterback piece, but I think he needs to be behind a guy for a year. I thought Arizona, I mean, could he go here to Arizona?
Yeah.
Even with Allen on the board, I think we're seeing the defensive talent in the second round is going to be there for Arizona if they come back around and they need someone there. But you basically, if you're Arizona and you want to draft someone to groom behind Carson Palmer, you either take him here or you don't have any other options really. And they brought him in for 2 visits. So
I'm going to throw out a name, not that I necessarily think will get picked here, but who I really like and think has a chance of getting picked here because he fits with Arizona, is Obi Melifonwu. I don't think he necessarily is likely to go this high, but he fits with what Arizona likes to do. Same kind of Deion Buchanan mold.
A defender makes a lot of sense, and they like those flexible defenders. So a guy even like Reddick, I said Foster before, but Reddick or Allen would seem to make sense.
Yeah, any of the Alabama. I mean, Howard or Humphrey would work too. Anyone from Alabama, but I like Obi there too. I think he brings a lot of versatility as well.
Pick is in.
It's a good one. I've seen the future.
Yeah, I just saw it too.
There it is. Yeah, man, I love Hassan Reddick. I think Dan Hammond was talking today that he doesn't he doesn't know if there's going to be an impact in year one. And I think with Carlos Dansby, where he is, if they are going to move Reddick inside, that doesn't necessarily have to be an impact in year one. But I think the upside is really, really good. I mean, it's a guy this year in college who every time he put on a Temple game, I mean, he flashed, and he's an outstanding player. And I think this is the middle of that defense now with him and Deion Buchanan. I mean, speed and athleticism.
And Arizona likes to do a lot of different things with their edge rushers. I mean, you can just see the way that they like to use them. They love the double A gap blitzes, and when they get a guy like Reddick, who's spent so much time rushing the passer, they can use him so many ways. Philadelphia. What do we think here? I mean, again, I'm not trying to look too far ahead again, but Indianapolis might have, they might have Malik Hooker fall into their laps because he's still on the board, and I just don't know if I see Philly taking him.
I like Humphrey here to Philly.
Yeah, I like that too, Jeff. Humphrey here. I mean, there's been a lot of talk for them about like an edge rusher. I think Charles Harris got a lot of buzz here too. I mean, John Allen. I don't know. Sort of as like an attacking a 3-tech in the Jim Schwartz scheme. I don't hate that fit either. I think this will be an interesting spot.
I think wouldn't it make the most sense for the Ravens to end up with Jonathan Allen? Like just the top 3 player falls into their laps again.
Right.
Ozzie Newsome just plays it. Or OJ. I mean, OJ Howard's still on the board too. That's a guy, man, I said should be considered at 5. And OJ Howard in Indianapolis. I think I brought it up this week with Shane on the podcast. Was OJ Howard in Indianapolis would be crazy good for Andrew Luck.
And then Reuben Foster too. I mean, he's falling as well.
Yep.
I mean, next to CJ Mosley in Baltimore, I mean that would be a pretty strong linebacking core.
No, he's fallen to Denver. Just let it happen. Just be quiet and let it happen.
Would Philly think about offensive line? I mean, Jason Peters isn't getting any younger. And Lane Johnson
isn't getting any less suspended.
A lot of resources tied up in the offensive line. I had them 32 as far as need goes in offensive line. So,
well,
it'd be surprising. That doesn't mean they won't pick them, but
right.
I would be surprised if they went this early because I think their need is in the interior. I know Jason Peters is getting older, but they need some interior help, and there's some deep interior guys in the second round. I think the cornerback position for them is not. I mean, they're picking up Dwayne Gratz. They're throwing darts at a board right now, trying to get guys to cover.
Yeah, but I mean, you can get in this draft. You could get a corner in the second round, third round. Yeah, if you don't go offensive tackle here, you might not get anybody you like later.
Right. Yeah, right. Totally. I mean, Forrest Lamp, is this a spot that he could go? I'm not sure if everyone else is high on Forrest Lamp as the draft community seems to be.
Yeah.
I mean, well, first of all, I stuck my hand up and then heard the second half of your sentence. I think I'm tremendously high on him. I think he's a top 15 talent. I mean, to me, he's just so technical. He reminds me, not necessarily as a player, but stylistically like Cody Whitehair last year, who was just so technical enough that he could play pretty much anywhere across the line, but maybe just didn't have the body to keep playing tackle in the pros.
Looks like the Eagles pick is in.
mean, they have Ryan Matthews and Sproles, the tailback too. So depending on what they think of Dalvin Cook.
But again, like with corner, there's some depth to this class at running back too.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting class like that too. Like you were saying, that like the late first, second round is sort of the spot to be in terms of depth and value here. So.
Two of my top 5 players are still on the board. 4 of my top 8. No, wait a minute. 5 of my top 9. I don't know anything. I literally know nothing.
That's a great realization on draft night.
I know nothing.
It's weird.
It's a better realization if you're picking later.
Like someone like John Allen, where like 3 months ago he was a top 5 pick, and then it seems like the momentum has been trending negatively on him, but then sometimes those guys end up being top 5 picks anyway, and it turns out all the like momentum stuff was a bunch of BS, and you never really know until the night up.
Like Solomon Thomas tonight.
And like Joey Bosa last year, people thought he was going to sort of tumble a bit, and then San Diego at 3.
Pick is in.
Yep. The place is rocking too.
I'm watching this interview with Leonard Fournette, and they said, and you can look forward to working with Blake Bortles, and his face was just nodding away.
Oh, poor Fournette.
I'm
all right. I'm about to get it from Goodell.
Yeah, if you're seeing what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You
Luke,
guys want
Luke,
it?
was that you?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Oh, I mean, I'm not an Eagles fan, so I don't know why I'm upset about it, or I'm like, this is
Let's get Sean Cottrell on here.
Yeah, let's get Sean up.
Phone a friend. I don't know. I never saw him as deserving of hype.
Man, I mean, you got the production, you've got, he was a solid player, but I just think with the way the board is right now, there are other guys that fit better and filled bigger needs and were better values.
If you're going to take an edge guy, John Allen can play edge. He can play edge in a pinch. I don't get it.
So we think Hooker's now the pick for Indy?
I think so.
God, OJ Howard.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Oh, my God. I think OJ Howard beats
true.
OJ Howard, Jonathan Allen. The Ravens are going to get one of these guys.
Yeah.
The Ravens are going to get Allen, Howard, Foster, one of these guys that
Hooker, yeah.
I mean, most people thought were at the top of people's boards draft season.
And in 2 picks, Washington becomes very interesting if they are trying to move Cousins.
Oh, yeah.
Like that. Because there's going to be some good players still left. So that's going to be a very interesting pick too.
I just don't see it with Derek Barnett. Does anybody here like him as a first round pick, as a mid first round guy? Who can explain what I'm missing?
I had him 27th, and I had him with a first round grade. I want to see more counter moves. I want to see more refinement in his game. I think he could be a productive player. I'm not as big a fan of him as the other guys that are out there. I think there is some risk inherent in Barnett because I don't think he's necessarily as athletic. The athleticism numbers weren't great at all. Yeah,
I just didn't see like much bend at all on tape. He was just so stiff.
Was that John Ledyard that wrote the article on him and his
I think so.
Yeah,
his lack of bend? Yeah.
Now, just spitballing, but with Jim Schwartz in like a wide 9, it sort of coming in from that steeper angle. If you can get a quick jump off the snap, you're already at a bit of an advantage for rushing the passer. So they might feel like a lack of bend or even inside counter moves can sort of be mitigated with that. I don't know if you buy that, but yeah, it's an interesting pick, especially with some of the guys.
Yeah, because if you're in a wide 9, then the offensive tackle has to alter his plan to deal with the angle that you're coming at.
Right.
You may get them a little off edge because they're not used to blocking from that kind of angle. So
right, exactly.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, if he develops an inside counter, then it's that's big if.
Good point. That's a great point.
This is just a random based on me watching the ESPN stream, but apparently Mel's got Nathan Peterman over Deshaun Kaiser for his best available QB. I knew I would get Jeff all riled up.
Well, no, it's not that. It's the whole process of why is there so much movement when there are no games being played? So much movement. Not slight movement. We're talking dramatic movement. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. I mean, I was Teddy Bridgewater, like top 5 prospect in that draft, and suddenly skinny knees were a thing, and he slid to 32.
Yeah,
quarterback's a little bit of a different animal, where I think the intangible off-field stuff. I mean, I think it does matter. I think if you look at the best quarterbacks, they're not necessarily the best prospects coming out. They're the guys who improved the most once they got into the league. And it's hard to know who's the guy who's going to do that.
And now we're talking about quarterbacks, and Mark shows up.
I'll shut up my ignorant ass.
Impeccable timing. What can I say? Sorry, I was a little late. I was shopping Texans jerseys. And surprisingly, there's been a run on Houston Texans jerseys, so it took a little while, but happy to be with you guys. How's it going? Did I miss anything?
I mean, Justin started drinking at about 10 in the morning Australian time after the Mitchell Trubisky pick, but
Yeah, where is our resident Trubisky fan?
He dropped out a little while ago. I think he's crying alone.
That's a tough way to start the night. But
it's a tougher way to start the morning in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, it's Friday over there. At least he took the day off from work. So now he can just go day drink until he passes out and forgets the fact that his team traded up one spot to draft the Biscuit. Yeah, sorry, Justin. That's tough.
There's fires ablaze in Chicago right now.
Yeah, Jeff, how are you doing with it?
I'm fine. I'm not a Bears fan.
Now you know you guys are good. No, I know. I mean, you guys are now at least looking 2-0 in the division right now, staring right in that.
That's right. That's right. No,
not a bad way to start the night.
Just the deal, just the fact that they gave up 3 picks to move up a spot when they didn't really get the right intel from the Niners. I mean, John Lynch with a fleece in his first big deal.
Colts pick is in. What do people think?
I have seen it, and it's what I thought it would be.
All right.
It's Hooker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it Hooker?
That's what we've been talking about.
So, Mark, talk to us about Watson in Houston.
I think it's a great fit. And, I think for a number of reasons, it makes so much sense for the Houston Texans. I mean, this is a team that had so many question marks at one position, which was the quarterback position. I mean, everything else on that team is basically set. You look at them offensively, they've got 2 decent tight ends in Fedorowicz and Griffin. They're, pretty good components to an offense. You've got Hopkins and Fuller on the outside. You're hopefully going to get something from Julio Strawn that you can get the first 2 seasons of his career in the NFL. But, he's a guy that sort of gives you an extra sort of piece, but they needed to figure out the quarterback spot. And I don't think anybody really thought Tom Savage was the answer. And out of all the quarterbacks in this class, I think, Watson was the closest to being ready to start sort of week 1 in the NFL. And this is a situation where he can come in, have those pieces around him. They're not going to have to put a ton on his shoulders right away. And he gets to sort of run an offense, which that sort of Bill O'Brien sort of timing-based offense, which is where he's kind of been at his best when he's at Clemson. Like, making those sort of like touch throws to the outside, to the boundary, corner routes where you're either dropping it over a cornerback or in front of the safety, rotating it over, timing stuff sort of underneath, back shoulder throws. I mean, you get to see what he was doing back shoulder style with Mike Williams. I expect to see a lot more of that with Hopkins. I mean, he can step right in and do that kind of stuff right away. And so I think it's sort of an ideal fit from a schematic standpoint. And if you're the Houston Texans now, you've probably got some stability at the quarterback position for a team that made it to the playoffs, that had the number 1 defense without J.J. Watt. Quarterback was the anchor around their ankles as a team, and now I think they fixed it.
But what about what are your thoughts on Mahomes to KC, Mark?
Yeah, Ryan. I mean, I think it's sort of a similar situation where for the Kansas City Chiefs, has Alex Smith taken them as far as they're going to go with him at the quarterback position? And if so, they've got a guy that can come in and sort of run a West Coast system, but give you some more sort of aggression down the field. I mean, there's not a throw-in window that Mahomes is afraid of, whereas, in some situations you might see, Alex would maybe check the football down. And so I think with Mahomes, he gets to come into an offense where he's not going to be pressured to play it right away. He can have some time to sort of refine the elements to his game that he needs to refine. And one of the things he needs to refine is probably dialing back the aggression a little bit. And who's a better mentor in that capacity than Alex Smith? Because, I mean, there's a guy that's going to get you to sort of dial down the aggression a little bit, check the ball down from time to time. And I think Smith can sort of serve as a mentor. Hopefully, they don't need to play Mahomes right away, but if they do, talking about, Travis Kelce might be one of the better security blankets in the NFL right now. And for a rookie quarterback, that's the difference between feeling pressure on 3rd and 7 or knowing you can get the ball down the field or make a play on 3rd and 7. And so to have Travis Kelce, to have Tyreek Hill, to have Jeremy Maclin, who's a pretty good route runner. I mean, those are some nice pieces around a rookie quarterback. So if Mahomes has to play early, again, he's stepping into a situation where there's some good things around him, some good pieces around him where they won't have to put a ton on his shoulder. So I think out of these 3 quarterbacks that we've seen come off the board, the second 2 guys step into the better situations. And this is almost something that we sort of expected if we saw a QB sort of slide on this night, when we were looking at the Texans at 25 and the Chiefs at 27. Now they had to trade up to get those guys, but it's still good quarterbacks going to teams that are more established playoff type teams. So that's just 2 really good fits. And if you're those organizations, why wait? I mean, you've identified an area of need, which is the quarterback spot. Go up and get your guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's right now, you look at the board, and I made this comment in Slack, and Dan Hatman just made a similar comment on Twitter, is that the Ravens are going to end up with someone from Alabama. I mean, this happens every year, that a guy, like the Ravens get a guy, or they haven't drafted yet, but I'm assuming it's going to be one of these guys. They get a guy that's fallen down the board after the consensus is that they should be much higher.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to sort of stay where they're at and have either Reuben Foster or O.J. Howard sort of just fall into your lap. I mean, I know the Ravens have a ton of people in the tight end room right now. It's hard to pass on an O.J. Howard. I mean, Crockett Gilmore is a question mark. I mean, Dennis Pitt has had 2 hip injuries. Watson's old, and he had the Achilles injury last year. I mean, are you really sort of sold on Max Williams being the long-term answer at tight end? So, I mean, that's an option. And then, imagine the pairing of C.J. Mosley and Reuben Foster on the inside. I mean, I think that fit makes a lot of sense as well. And, I mean, yeah, it happens again. I mean, Ozzie just stays pat, plays the board the way he plays it, and people fall to his lap.
Quietly, though, their last 5 or 6 drafts have not been as good, which is why they've been down the last couple. I mean, guys like Matt Elam and Courtney Upshaw and Perryman, they haven't gotten much out of. I mean, they've.
Yeah, and there's some guys they haven't gotten second contracts out of. Pernell McPhee, for instance, walked in free agency.
If I gave you guys a bet, If I gave you guys a bet right now and told you can have Alabama player or the field going to the Ravens, what would you take?
Bama.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
there are 5 guys that could go here from Alabama.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're probably the best tight end, offensive tackle, defensive lineman, linebacker, and cornerback, all Alabama guys.
Yeah. So Davis Webb?
It's not even an exageration.
Well, if
I think you meant to say West Lunt.
Yes, this is the West Lunt spot.
Hey, I didn't say quarterback, did I?
No, that's true. You didn't say QB. This kid's excited. Okay, so it is a Bama player.
Okay. Oh, wow. I mean,
Luke, Archie, I'll defer to you guys.
My stream is frozen, so I'm presuming by that it's Marlon Humphrey.
That's right.
I think that was Ryan who wrote that profile.
Oh,
Yep.
was it Ryan?
Yep.
Take the floor, my man.
I mean, I like him a lot. He's just like we talked a little bit about him earlier, and just he's the guy you want on your team, and he's a typical he's a Ravens player. You know, he gets in your face. He's gonna talk smack. He's gonna come downhill and play in the run game, but he's a really good man cover corner. My one concern with him was sort of deep man coverage. Thought he got lost on some double moves. It was usually due to some over aggressiveness. He just wants to get up, break up the ball, and sort of jump routes. So that was my one concern with him. But underneath intermediate area, a really, really good corner. I know there's some questions about his ball skills. That was something I sort of saw looking at other people's sort of evaluation of him. Not getting his head around. I had a little bit of concern there, but the more I watched, the more it seemed like a couple of flashes against, it was more occasional than a consistent thing. So I don't think he's got elite ball skills or anything, but I think he's just a real solid corner all around.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I think they can afford some corners who maybe gamble a little bit underneath because right now they've got a safety depth of now of course I forget the name, Tony Jefferson and Eric Weddle.
Exactly.
They've got 2 incredibly stud safeties, so I think they can afford to be a little bit more laissez-faire with the underneath stuff.
Yeah,
especially when you've got a ball hawk like Humphrey.
And he's 20. He tested really well at the combine. Mm-hmm. He's a really good run defender. I mean,
yeah,
he was our consensus number 2 corner in the DB room. So
yeah,
totally on board.
Yeah, and
I mean, except that I hate the Ravens, so
they just showed on the ESPN highlight reel. He came in, filled the gap against LSU, and just wrapped up Leonard Fournette in the backfield. So I mean that was one of the games that sold me on his run support too. So
I had the Ravens as the number one in the league as far as value of their defensive backs, but they were 26 in the league in draft value spent. So they haven't spent a lot of draft value the recent years on defensive backs. So it makes a lot of sense pumping some youth into that back end. You can never have too many DBs. So
what does Washington do here? O.J. Howard staring you in the face, and you've got Jordan Reed. He's had some injury problems. You've got Verdon Davis probably on the back 9. There's a chance to get your next tight end there.
Yeah.
At the same time, you got Reuben Foster.
Yeah, Reuben Foster too.
Yeah, Foster staring you in the face. I mean,
John Allen.
Okay, similar to Jeff's bet. Do you take Alabama or the field with this Washington pick?
Bama.
Still going Bama. Yep.
Yeah.
I think there's an outside chance it's Dalvin Cook, but Bama.
Interesting.
There was talk this week out of Washington that they like Jared Davis a lot too from Florida.
But if Foster's there, I bet that's sort of with Foster still there. That's got to. I would think that changes things, but who knows?
Well, I think if they're worried about the off-field stuff with Foster.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. But then, pick is in for Washington. So, and then there's the whole Kirk Cousins maybe going to Cleveland. So does that make Deshaun Kaiser the pick here? It'll be interesting to see.
Mm.
I'm betting it's Howard.
I could see Obi Melifonwu here. I mean, safety was an issue for Washington last year. I really like Melifonwu. I think he's the best guy there on the board.
Now, I've heard they're moving Sua Cravens back to more of a safety role than specifically like money backer. So I wonder how much they feel like they need a safety. I mean, it was atrocious. I mean, Washington I think really overachieved last year all in all. Help on offense and defense. They're kind of an Arizona team. I think, they need more help than most people would care to admit.
The Titans are the big winners here. They took the risk taking Cory Davis at number 5, and they're probably going to get a guy at 5 at 18 that they could have had at 5, whether it's Howard, Allen, or Foster.
I mean, Cory Davis and Howard for Marcus Mariota would be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic point. Yeah, the Titans had a lot of different ways they could go in the first round here, and I think it played out just about as well as you could expect for them.
Well, and then Tampa Bay, too, at 19. There was, in the ITP mock draft, I took David Joko. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it, but tight end out of Miami. And if Howard falls there, that's sort of their one weakness on offense, I felt like. This is an interesting sort of area with guys falling.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that Tennessee has sort of nailed this draft already. I mean, to get your guy at 5, and then, as Jeff, you were just saying, like, you're going to have a great player staring at you at 18. The only question mark that I have is, they don't pick again until I think like 82 or 83. Mm-hmm. I mean, so this is going to be a long gap for Tennessee. Now, do you entertain the notion of maybe, trading down to get a couple more picks? Maybe not when you've got a guy like Howard or Reuben Foster or Jonathan Allen sort of staring you in your face, a guy that you might have considered taking at 5, sitting there at 18. You probably just, you take Davis, you take, whoever you take at 18 and say, look, that's enough. We'll see you back, later in round 3, because we just got 2 really good guys, put us really in position to contend next year.
John Robinson has shown the willingness to trade, and if there's teams here that had, higher grades on these guys that have seemingly fallen, I would seem that they're open to that, Mark, just like you were mentioning about them not having picks. And they're Alabama. Again.
Offense or defense?
You want me to give it away?
Don't ruin the surprise.
I'm not going to ruin the surprise.
So before this comes in, where are you guys on what Cleveland's done so far? Oh, well, here it comes.
I'm on board with it. I mean, I think if they loved one of the quarterbacks, taking one at 12 made sense. But if they didn't love any of the quarterbacks, trade back. They got another first next year. What do they have? 2 firsts and 3 seconds next year. They've still got 2 seconds this year. They've got plenty of ammo to do a lot of things, and they have Myles Garrett, and they're picking 25 again.
Yeah. All right, so Washington, Jonathan Allen.
Interesting.
It's a need.
Yeah.
It's a need, but I really would have felt Foster was a better get here.
Jeff,
I just feel like
the team value, the team needs. When you had Washington, what was a bigger need, linebacker or defensive line?
I didn't separate. I had front seven and defensive back, but then in the article I actually talk about, they just spent on Zach Brown this offseason at linebacker, and they have a lot of piecemeal veterans up front. So I think the defense. I think Allen was a better fit. If I had a similar value on both these guys, so if then it comes down to need, I think defensive line was a much bigger need for them. So I like the Allen pick a lot.
Luke, what would have been the case for Foster in your mind?
Honestly, they just lacked playmakers at inside linebacker. I don't think that, Will Compton, Mason Foster, or any kind of really long-term guys who you can really plug in and hope, to get some impact plays from them. I think that was kind of the impetus behind them putting Sua Cravens there. Just getting a guy who could bring some speed, fly to the ball. But, obviously apparently he wasn't all that because they're moving him back to safety. So I just, for that reason, I think a middle linebacker like Foster who just flies around and, as they like to say, would have been a good fit.
Tennessee's pick is already in. They wasted no time.
It's Howard.
OJ.
Then.
It's got to be Howard,
It's got to
right?
be Howard.
Or Foster.
It's true, yeah.
I guess they could I don't know. The chance to have Cory Davis and OJ Howard and Delaney Walker.
Would be, oh my God.
Tajay Sharp on the outside. You've got, Rashard Matthews. Those are some playmakers. That's an offense that can win.
Trey McBride.
Trey McBride, baby. They haven't given up on him yet. The dream lives on. I will say, though, that I actually tweeted when I was writing about my final NFL 1000 piece. He was the last player I wrote about. And out of nowhere, Trey McBride liked the tweet when I said it. So he's still out there searching his name. Hi, Trey. Rooting for you, buddy.
Jeff, where were you on Washington's front seven investment when you did your?
They had their front seven was the number one in all of football as far as need. When you take into account the draft value of the money and then the value of the guys on the roster, it was number one in the NFL. So
good using a pick there.
Yes. They were 29th. They were 29th in draft value over the 4-year period. And they're not spending a lot of money on their front seven outside Ryan Kerrigan. So like I said, they're throwing some veteran money at the front, three, the defensive line, but not big money. So that's the one spot that stood out for them.
And Trent Murphy just got himself suspended for the first 4 games of the year. So they're gonna need some impact on, I think didn't they move him back to defensive line? They experimented with him at outside linebacker, I think.
I still had him listed on the depth chart as outside linebacker, but that makes more sense.
Typical Stanford guy.
I like that a lot for them, and it's not. The Redskins aren't usually they're usually the team that make that easy pick, and it seemed to do it here though. Tennessee coming out with, if it is OJ Howard, and Cory Davis, early winners of the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Titans don't have many holes on their roster, as many as you'd think they would, because they've drafted pretty well recently, and they got a lot of young guys plugged in right now. So, be interesting to see that like we mentioned earlier, that AFC South is looking extremely, extremely competitive.
What about somebody like Lamp?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a great point.
This is not what I saw coming.
Whoa. Okay.
I hate being behind. Jeez.
It's an interesting pick for the standpoint that, they needed help in the secondary. So they get a guy that can play corner, but he's also somebody that obviously USC used all over the field. So you can do some different things with him. I don't know.
Luke,
I did his report. He's not an 18 overall pick. I honestly, I saw him. My kind of opinion on him is that he projects better as a free safety. He's just so raw, just so much better playing off players that he just, his speed is good, but he's just so raw reading receivers, and really, wow, I'm in shock. I'm in shock.
Maybe because Dick LeBeau is running things there, right? So if he's running that, same zone scheme in Pittsburgh, then I think Jackson makes a lot more sense than if it's more of like a man press man scheme.
Luke, to your point about him projecting more as a safety, they've got, Kevin Byard, who was a third-round pick last year, and they've got, Jonathan Cyprien, Denoris Cersei. Those are currently their safeties right now. Do you think that they took him with an eye towards making him a safety and using him that way, given what you saw on tape?
I think he has enough versatility that he can play a lot of different roles for you. I think he's definitely a guy who's just speed and athleticism lets him play free safety, if nothing else. He played some wide receiver for USC, so he has the ball hawk mentality. He will go up and get those balls. Honestly, speed is something that is pretty much lacking from that safety group. So I think he fits well just kind of across the defensive secondary. But honestly, this is just not a in terms of defensive backs, not a guy I saw ending up here.
Could maybe get some run in the slot too.
Yeah. And
it looks like.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say Tampa's pick's already in. I think this has got to be OJ Howard.
Got to be.
Yeah,
Oof.
That's what we said last time, Ryan.
The O.J. Howard slide has to end somewhere, right? I know they had, Cameron Brate put up some decent numbers for them this year, but after that, you've got Luke Stoker and then question marks at the tight end spot. And so I think if you've got a chance to give Jameis Winston another weapon, you could run some 12 personnel with Howard and Brate. This is slowly turning into the O.J. Howard podcast right now, but, that's kind of the biggest question mark right now. Everybody was thinking Howard would be gone by pick 10. Here we are here at 19, and he's still sliding.
I saw Melifonwu linked to them a lot, too, Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've got Ryan Smith, J.J. Wilcox. Those are the two listed starting safeties. Chris Conti behind him. Safety would be a need. They've got two decent corners in Hargraves and Grimes. Get Obi behind them, shore up the secondary a bit.
Yeah.
I will say Justin is trying to rejoin us here. He says he needs someone to tell him that Trubisky will be great. Anybody want to take that?
No. Nope.
Sounds like a good job for Mark.
What? You're breaking up. I didn't hear you, Ryan. I couldn't hear that. Didn't hear it. Sorry. Sorry, Justin. I wish I could. And, the thing with the Bears right now is, there's going to be pressure to play Trubisky early. Pull up their schedule right now. When do you think you would want to turn the reins over to Mitchell Trubisky? Because you look at how they start.
Week 1, 2018.
Yeah. That's the earliest I think you play him because
Falcons at Tampa Bay, Steelers at Green Bay, Vikings at Baltimore, Carolina. Jesus.
Yeah, that's a nightmarish start for a team. And I know, here we are, it's April 27th. We don't know how the team's really going to shake out, but looking at that schedule right now on paper, maybe Thanksgiving weekend at Philly is when I first feel comfortable about running him out there.
Sunday, December 3rd at home against the Niners.
Yeah, maybe that following week. That would be the time when I'd say, okay, you can turn it over to Trubisky. Anytime sooner than that, and I'd be worried. But if you take a guy number 2 overall, you trade up, give up stuff to go get him, there's going to be pressure to play him. So that's another area of concern with this move by the Chicago Bears is when are you going to run that guy out there? So TLDR, sorry, Justin, can't help you out. Okay.
Yeah, so best available right now. You got Reuben Foster still there. Dalvin Cook is out there. Forrest Lamp is still on the board. Ramchick, Howard. I even glazed over Howard because I thought he'd be gone. Njoku, Bulls. So a lot of interesting.
Cook's an interesting thought. I mean, I know you've got Doug Martin, but you can never have too many running backs.
Yeah.
I'm amazed we haven't seen any offensive linemen go yet.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
I thought somebody would end up going like 9th or something. I don't know.
Well, everything we've been hearing over the last couple of weeks is that teams are ridiculously high on Robinson and Bowles, and if you want them, you got to trade up.
Because there's no depth at the position.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're Denver now, I mean, every mock draft I saw had Denver taking an offensive lineman.
Yep.
Well, if you're Denver, I don't know. Well, first of all, I think if you're Denver, speaking as a Denver fan, I don't think you necessarily thought O.J. Howard was going to be available. I think Reuben Foster being there was pretty much a foregone conclusion. And kind of over the last couple weeks, he's just been slipping and sliding. O.J. Howard is kind of the wrench in the equation here because I don't think he was really, something necessarily on their radar. Pipe dream that they go O.J. Howard, crushing reality that it's going to be Garrett Bowles.
Well, Tampa Bay just made their pick. The slide is over.
Luke, when you saw the mock drafts that I saw some with Njoku going to Denver at 20. What were your thoughts on that?
I like Njoku. I don't necessarily think he's a great fit to Denver per se, just because if they're going to go with a a position like that, like tight end, they're going to want a guy like O.J. Howard, who's going to be value sliding down the board. And obviously he goes to Tampa Bay here, but they're sitting here now. All the offensive linemen have just fallen at their feet. If they want Lamp, they can get him. I've heard they're highest on Bowles as opposed to Robinson or Ramchick. And, if they want Reuben Foster, sure. But at this point, I just can't imagine that they would be when they can ostensibly fill their left tackle spot with one of these guys. I'm not sold on any particular one of them more than others.
So, Luke, if you were in the Denver room right now, where are you going? Where do you want to go with this pick? You want to go Foster? Do you think they address offensive line? Like, what are you thinking?
What I would do versus Denver's probably going to do. What I would do is Reuben Foster. I think he's a top 10 talent inside linebacker. I think he, can contribute a lot from day one. We know he loves football. We know he can, break film down. We know he's got a smart mind. Day one, I think he contributes. He's a starting linebacker next to Brandon Marshall, which they've really kind of had a gaping hole since Danny Trevathan left, just a guy to run and chase. What they'll do is Garrett Bowles. The left tackle position is wide open right now, and unless you want Tyson Brilo and Donald Stephen duking it out in this caliber of class, you need to go get a guy of round one. I don't particularly like him. I think Garrett Bowles will be the pick. I wouldn't be opposed to Forrest Lamp, but at this point, I would be shocked if it's not Garrett Bowles.
Someone just showed a graphic up there that 3 of the top guys available, Malik McDowell, Reuben Foster, and Dalvin Cook, all have the off-field concerns. So I'm wondering if that's playing a bigger role than. I think we all thought it might play a role, but I think it's showing it's a pretty big role right now.
Gary and Conley too. I mean,
yeah, Gary and Conley. Yeah, I mean Conley's a guy who, was an afterthought right after the season. Started rising up boards until he got to his peak when people thought he might even go before Lattimore, and then big decline.
I don't know why he wasn't on. I mean, as soon as I started watching his tape, I was like, this guy's really good.
And I'll say this time and again.
Made it.
Sorry. Don't jinx him. There he goes. Oh wait. I mean, I've remarked on this time and again. Denver likes linemen, offensive and defense, who have come up at altitude. Wyoming guys, Colorado guys, CSU. So for them to go with a guy from Utah, it makes too much sense.
Cute baby, too.
Yep. There you go. Can somebody pull a Justin here and convince me into liking Bulls?
Well, whenever you could draft a 30-year-old offensive tackle in the first round, you have to do it.
Yeah.
These are the rules. We don't make the rules.
Luke, you called this one before the draft even started. You told me it was Bulls pretty much all the way, right?
Yeah.
This is one of the worst kept. I mean, every mock I saw had Bulls here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I know at least the Patriots have had good luck with older offensive line. Sebastian Vollmer was older. Nick Kazar was older. I mean, didn't work out for Danny Watkins, but it's worked out for plenty of other guys.
That baby's suit game is on.
Better suit game than I ever had.
Oh, that's a 3-piece. It's a vest at least. Where's the coat? Come on, Garrett.
I think it's just the vest. God. Still, though, yeah. It's impressive.
Play the Lion King music right there.
I thought they were going to. Goodell thought he was going to drop the kid. So, Justin, Mitchell Trubisky, my friend. Did you leave to go buy yourself a jersey? Is that how much does it cost to ship a Mitchell Trubisky jersey down to down under?
A lot.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh man, I completely shocked. Well, yeah, what happened, man? Just big surprise for me.
Well, I mean, on the bright side, you took the day off from work to celebrate, so you can celebrate.
Do they make whiskey in Australia?
And if so, how much have you consumed in the past hour?
Oh yeah, mate, you got to run out and get yourself a good bit of Bundaberg.
That does actually remind me that I've got some. I've got a bottle of Jack Daniels in the kitchen somewhere, so maybe digging that out soon.
And here I am dropping the Australian alcohol references, and of course you've got Jack.
It's coming your way, buddy. Justin, I'm sending it. Come on.
Oh.
All right, on a brighter note, Detroit on the clock. Pick is already in. What do we think they do?
They going Foster?
I think it makes. I mean, last year they had Tahir Whitehead, and then DeAndre Levy got hurt again. He's gone now. They ended up bringing Josh Bynes out of like semi-retirement. They traded Kyle Van Noy away. I mean, adding a guy like Foster is a best case scenario for them. But really, I mean, they could use help at every level of the defense.
You've seen, I mean, Charles Harris, getting a pass rusher opposite Ansa is important.
Yeah, they could do that. They could go corner. They could, I don't know if I love Melifonwu there, but I mean, that could work. I mean, they could really, they have, I mean, really the Lions have Ansa, Glover Quinn, and who's their good cornerback? And that's it.
Darius Slay.
Yeah, Slay. Yeah. He's really good. And then the other 8 positions plus depth, I mean, they could go anywhere. They don't have an above-average linebacker on the roster. Lodi Nagata is really old. I mean, the rest of their defensive line is nothing. I guess they drafted Ashawn Robinson last year, so you figure he'll be decent this year. And then
I think Jared Davis is an interesting pick with his testing in the offseason. I mean, he was rising up boards, especially with Foster. The off-field concerns about Foster, so I think Jared Davis could be a pick here too.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Jeff. So after talking about defense so long, they go Curtis Samuel, right, and just surprise us all.
Man, can you imagine how pissed Detroit fans would be if they took an Ohio State offensive player in the first round?
Oh God.
They're all hoping for Taco Charlton right now, I think. Or Peppers.
Jake Butt.
Man, none of these picks would be bad. Like that's how poor this Lions roster is too.
Yeah.
I think they're building something on the offensive line. They could maybe use another receiver, but I mean Stafford's good, and I like what they were doing on the Taylor Decker last year. I guess they used a first round pick on an Ohio State player last year, but he was great for them. And they added Ricky Wagner, and who was the other offensive lineman they added? And Travis Swanson, I thought, played pretty decent last year.
TJ Lang.
Oh, TJ Lang, that's right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think their offensive line is good. They got a few weapons there, and Marvin Jones and Golden Tate and Eric Ebron. I mean, I don't know, dude. I'm not going to be telling my grandkids about any of those guys, but they're worse.
You will about Zach Zenner.
Yeah. I mean, they need like a third wide receiver, but like you can get that tomorrow. I mean, I really think they go defense here. I think it's got to be a linebacker. I would say Foster, but Davis wouldn't surprise me. I mean, how we're seeing Foster slide, like there's got to be more to everything than we thought. So,
yeah, if I had a bet, I'd say that Jared Davis here. I think they need a corner. There's corner depth. They need another wide receiver. There's wide receiver depth. There's so yeah, I think the edge rushers, as we've seen through the draft process, haven't been as good as we initially thought, which means there's gonna be some guys there available in the second and third round. So there's not that many quality linebackers that can play both inside and outside, and Jared Davis would certainly fit that.
Any chance we can get Carlos Henderson?
Archie, I got that change to the Lions depth chart in too. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did.
It was just because I watched like every play of the Lions last year for that adopt a team project. So
I think that was an 11:45 p.m. mistake on my part, just an oversight by being tired and putting those things together. So
I don't know when you did those two, but like I think Hyder was like a restricted or an exclusive rights free agent, so they had to tender him at some point. So depending on when you pulled that, he may or may not have been on the roster.
It was a couple weeks ago. So it was the 13th of April, I think. I updated a couple things when they came through, but not the Peterson thing yet. I'm Googling Australian whiskey right now.
Any results? Or is it just a picture of Justin?
There's a list. There's quite the list. Wow.
Okay, pick is in it. It is a linebacker.
Hello, Foster.
Okay.
I love by this part in the first round, Goodell is just pointing at fans, just like, hey, what's up?
Yeah. So the Reuben Foster slide continues.
Okay.
Wow.
It was Davis?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's. I mean, he had a great postseason, and I think as people dug deeper into him, Florida defense was outstanding. It has been over his time there, and he aced the postseason process. So good for him. And I mean, this is a good player for the Lions. It's a solid pick.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you the importance of the postseason process, like you said, Jeff. Because if you would have told me that the Lions were to take a linebacker with Foster and Davis both on the board, right after the national championship game, but it was going to be Davis, I would have been stunned. But we've seen now Davis rise up boards, going through the combine process, while Foster had the off-field stuff, getting kicked out of the combine. Obviously, teams are starting to be wary about that. He's now slid to the 20s, and so this stuff matters. I mean, people say that the scouting work should be done once the games are over. Clearly, it changes minds.
Even 3 months ago, he would have been behind Zach Cunningham at that spot too, just on general consensus.
Yeah.
And Hassan Reddick was the first linebacker off the board, and
and that's where he rose. Miami's already made the pick. Ryan, you're an AFC East guy. What are you expecting here?
I could definitely see Forrest Lamp here at guard. That seems like that's a pretty gaping hole for them. That would be if I had to put money on it, I'd go Forrest Lamp. But Foster here, maybe. Again, it's tough to know how teams actually value him because it's a lot of stuff that's not just on the tape.
Yeah, that's offensive line was the only high need area I found for them. But
you didn't see this one.
Oh no. Oh.
This room was fine before Mike came in. Mark came in and was just like, "Oh," over his mic.
Apologies, my friend. Apologies.
Wow.
Maybe Njoku?
No. Charles Harris.
Wow. I mean, that was the one area I pinpointed that they were pretty strong. It was the front. It was the front seven, and they were a little weak at linebacker. But I mean, this was a place they've got Cameron Wake, William Hayes, Andre Branch. I mean, getting pass rushers, I guess. But if they plan to play him, I don't know if they plan to play him outside in a 4-3 or what they plan on doing with him. I mean, or just another defensive end. Who knows?
How young are those? I mean, Wake's
old.
He's up there.
Wake's
now.
33, 34. Hayes is 30, 31. I think Andre Branch is 27.
So, I mean, I think from a short-term perspective, maybe it doesn't fill a need, but from a longer-term perspective, maybe it does.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it goes to show you just how important pass rushers are. I mean, you can never have enough of them when guys get hurt. And, you know, you got to face Tom Brady twice a year. You got to face Christian Hackenberg twice a year. You got to face Tyrod Taylor twice a year. So, I mean, you got to get after those guys. And, yeah, you've got, Wake. You've got, other guys on the roster. You've got Sue. You've got Hayes. You've got Branch. But never hurts to have guys that can get after the quarterback. And so you see a guy like Harris who was mocked as high as 14 coming into this week.
Yep.
And you get him here, you run with it, I guess. Now whoa. Okay, yeah, so the Giants, they've already picked.
Wow.
I still got them on the clock. Who'd they go with?
They haven't announced it yet.
Oh, the picks. Oh, okay. Just updated picks in.
I mean, the Giants here. I think this is offensive line. I would be stunned if it's not offensive line, but I certainly. I mean, nothing's been a definite yet.
Right.
Yeah, I think at this point, just sitting at 23, the offensive line options that are available, that's got to be a line.
I mean, I like Forrest Lamp, considering they don't know what they're going to do with Flowers yet.
Right.
Whether they move him over to the right side. I mean, Forrest Lamp gives you the flexibility along the line to play a couple positions. I think he can play left tackle. I don't think it's his best option to be successful in the pros, but if they're looking for a little flexibility along that front line, I think the Giants are going to be good there with him.
Justin, turning it over to you. What do you think the Giants are going to do here?
Oh, what about running back for them?
I mean, that's interesting. You got Perkins, you drafted him in the 5th round last year. After that, you've got Shane Vereen. You've got a lot of question marks. And, Dalvin Cook stared you in the face. I mean, that would be an interesting thought, bring in a guy that can give you something on all 3 downs. Maybe you're not sold on Perkins right now. Shane Vereen's obviously near the end of his career is more of a 3rd down style back anyway. Maybe you don't want to pass up a guy like Cook. So that's an interesting thought.
I mean, if you think about it, looking just ahead of pick, Ted has got to be losing his mind right now because Reuben Foster is still on the board and Oakland picks next.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Oakland, there's a potential that you could have Dalvin Cook and Reuben Foster staring you in the face.
I was just thinking that with Oakland now. I know Ted's been banging the table for Foster for a long time. So the fact that he's falling and looks like he's going to fall to them, he must be his mind just praying and hoping that Foster's there and the Raiders take him.
And then after Oakland, it's Cleveland. It's finally picking again. So is that where we see Kaiser go, maybe?
Yep. Maybe. I mean, unless you – I don't know. Davis Webb? I mean, it's actually a legitimate argument now. I mean, you're buying into sort of the Davis Webb late first round hype. Although I think Cleveland could probably get Webb at 33, so they could go somewhere else. I'm getting the sense that Cleveland isn't really sold on, a Kaiser. Let me pull up Cleveland's roster.
Mr. Nine Route, right?
Yeah, Mr. Nine or Captain Nine Route, like we like to call him.
And Mark, in all seriousness, I know we joke about that, but when you look at Davis Webb, what could maybe point the Browns in that direction? What could be the deciding factor there? What could be their thought process in leaning that way as opposed to some of the other options?
I mean, I think with Webb, even though I wasn't really floored with how he's performed down in Mobile, at least during the week of practice, I thought he was really inconsistent. I thought, even the 9 rounds, the stuff that he was known for, he wasn't really hitting on them. He was still named Player of the Week, and they get to see him up close. Hugh Jackson got to see him up close, and if you come away, he made a throw during the Thursday practice session, or a slant route, in a red zone drill, which was kind of maybe the throw of the week, at least during practice, when you saw glimpses of what he could become. And so I think if you're trying to project him towards something other than a 9 route based offense, you can look at stuff like that, meet with him during the week and sort of see what he could potentially become, to buy into it. And, when you look at the Doug Farrar piece where he, watched film with Webb, when you sort of read the stuff about his coach's son, grides tape, all that stuff, maybe I guess you can sort of see how people would buy into it. Looking at him from the outside like we do, I'm not sold, but we don't have the wealth of information these guys have. Whoa! Wow.
Who they go for?
Evan Ingram.
Wow.
I love it.
Nice.
I love this pick. I love Evan Ingram. I'll talk for a second. I'll turn it over to Justin. He's giving me thumbs up too. I think Ingram was going to go in the first round. I was telling anybody who would listen, back in September that this guy was a matchup weapon to be feared. So I love this. Now look at what the New York Giants can do on offense. So I'll shut up, Justin. Over to you, my man.
Yeah, I never actually, when considering where the Giants would go, I didn't actually think a tight end there. I was thinking more sort of running back and a little bit of offensive line, but that's awesome. I mean, that Giants offense now, they've got Ingram sort of, he slots into that receiving core in a sense with, Odell Beckham, Sterling Shepard, Brandon Marshall, Evan Ingram. I mean, that's just Eli Manning's going to be loving that too, because it just gives them, another weapon in the offense. And, he's a sort of guy you can move around and spin him out wide a little bit as well. So, yeah, completely slipped my mind that they would even think about going tight end, but now that they have, I love that. That's one of the best picks of this round for me.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, they were working with basically Will Tide. Larry Donnell is still in the league, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that I'm even asking this question just shows the state of their tight end roster.
I had to watch him for NFL 1000 for the first 8 weeks of the season. I can tell you that, yes, he is still in the league. That is all I'm going to say about that.
My condolences, Mark. So now they're working with, Odell Beckham, Sterling Shepard, Brandon Marshall, Evan Ingram. You almost don't need a run game when you've got weapons like that. That's ridiculous. I completely agree with Justin. I think this is a great pick.
And then that's the interesting thing with Ingram, and we saw a little bit of this down in Mobile. Jackson put him in the backfield, used him in the shotgun as a running back, and he's the type of guy that can do that. He's an athletic kid. You can put him in the slot. You can put him in the backfield. You can put him on the wing. I think this is a great pick. I was kind of thinking that, the Giants might lean tight end given the depth they had at that position. I mean, the lack of depth they had at that position, and haven't seen it up close. Yeah. So I think this is good. Okay. Oakland has to go Foster here, right?
So you'd think.
If they go Zach Cunningham over Foster,
Ted is going to burn our Slack to the ground if that happens.
Yes. Yes.
Slack
Please let that happen. Please let that happen. I just want to see Ted's reaction if it does.
I want to see them take a guy like Cunningham too, that you're just kind of questionable about too.
Yeah.
That he's just going to be like, Cunningham, really?
Rest in peace, Slack, right?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, I like Cunningham a lot more than Ted did. But I think even so, Reuben Foster just makes so much sense here.
I mean, he just kind of fit. I mean, the one thing that we know from Reuben Foster is he's a heat-seeking missile. And, I mean, that just fits with what the Raiders want to be. That fits with their sort of, mold as a team, as a franchise, historically speaking. And, Cunningham's really not that. I like Cunningham as a player, but I think in terms of Foster versus Cunningham, I think if you're going to go linebacker, you go Foster.
Yeah, and the Raiders are under 2 minutes on the clock right now, so they're taking their time with this.
Well, you're on a stream. Pick's already in. It's Davis Webb.
Well, and then the board falls exactly how West Lott wanted it, and he's going to end up in Cleveland.
Yeah. There you go.
And Cleveland has just worked this draft since D. Podesta took over.
Yeah,
I mean, it seems like it's really everything. Every trade they made, as far as getting value for the picks, is falling in their favor. And
I really wish we could get Ted on right now, or we should just invite him on when it's Zach Cunningham instead of Foster. I mean, is there any way they go in a different direction? Is there any way that they go running back? Or I mean, you decided Marshon Lynch, but
I did the bad thing and looked at the pick on Twitter, but
Dave, you're a terrible human.
The worst.
You'll be henceforth be shunned from this.
Oh.
Apparently, Jeff did it too.
Oh, now I have to look.
Oh.
Just you and me, Luke.
I mean,
you too, Justin.
Value.
I'm not doing it, man. I'm not doing it.
Who was it?
I don't know. I just wanted to make those noises.
I'm not getting it here. Not yet.
Wow.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, value. I mean it.
Davis Webb.
I mean, this could turn out to be an incredible pick. If, and that's a big if. At least right now.
Who do they get?
It's just going to now. It's Gary and Conley.
Huh. His value's right.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is a situation that Dan Hammond talked about this sort of in our Slack that, if you're an organization now, you have to trust in the people in your organization that can do investigative work, dig into what happened or didn't happen in Cleveland that night. And if you come away convinced from talking to him and talking to your people that nothing happened, getting him at 24 is incredible value because he was somebody we were talking about as a top 10 pick, perhaps the first corner taken. And now you're getting him at 24. But you got to be sure.
A week ago, I called Conley the safest corner in the draft. Obviously, a lot has happened since then. But he's a guy. He's got 33-inch arms. He can press. He played outside and in the slot for Ohio State. He's got good ball skills. He played in all sorts of different coverage schemes. He could stand to improve his play strength, but he was a willing run defender. I mean, he would go up and hit people. He just might get dragged a little bit. I think there's a lot to like with Conley on the field. I mean, I'm assuming that they've done their due diligence and they don't think there's anything to be concerned about with the off-the-field stuff. But I was a big fan of Conley's game.
And even so, if they are good with the off-the-field stuff, I think it says a lot that they're more okay with his off the field stuff versus that of Reuben Foster. that Foster continues to slide down the board.
Now the Browns here, who, as Dan Houtman just pointed out, they could take Foster and get the top 2 players on the ITP board.
Huh. The analytics, right?
Yeah. I mean, they've say what you want about their approach, but they've sort of played this in a pretty good way, I think. Obviously, they'll still have to
Did they buy the guide?
I don't know. But
it's a good question.
I think Bill O'Brien may have bought the guide, considering he just took Deshaun Watson and traded up to get him. I'm going to ride that until I die. But
so the Browns pick again at 33.
Yeah.
So how do they play this here at 25?
Their pick is in. I think maybe they go defense again. If you can get Foster, you've got Garrett. You've really shored up that sort of defensive front. And then you sit there at 33. You've got all night tonight to sort of sit there, field offers, and then if you don't get anything you like, I know we joke about it, but Davis Webb. No, and you can get your quarterback there at 33. And you come out with, Garrett, Foster, Davis Webb.
Well, if you're thinking quarterback, if you think quarterback at 33, you could take him here and have that 5th year, and then go defense and 6 picks or whatever.
It makes me wonder if they're thinking about a guy like Njoku here, that they want to get that kind of athleticism and boost on offense. If they're comfortable with Kessler, if they're comfortable with waiting until 33 or a later round for a guy, that they go out and get a guy here with some juice to kind of boost that position.
Yeah, Luke, and that's something you actually talked about today was, you've got at least enough in Kessler where if you get pieces around him and improve the rest of the offense, you could probably be fairly successful. And so, Njoku staring you in the face. I know they've got some running backs with Dalvin Cook staring you in the face. So you could bolster the offense a little bit more, make it a little bit better for Kessler. And then, maybe you get like a guy like Brad Kaya or Josh Dobbs later in the draft to at least push Kessler a bit, at least give him an option behind him. So, that's certainly an option. Justin,
what about if the Browns go? What if the Browns go Kaiser? If Kaiser's at 33, I think the Browns might get him. But I like the idea. I like the idea of. I didn't see much of Kessler last year, but from what I heard, he was. He was solid enough that if you can get some pieces around him while you're looking for your future at quarterback, why not go Njoku? And bring him in and very very athletic guy, and I think he'd be a nice piece in that offense. At least with Kessler at the moment, and then whoever you bring in as your as your future, if that's Kaiser or if that's somebody next year, who knows? They could even get Cousins still, right? They're still after Cousins, right?
Yeah, that would be.
The pick is in, and it's nobody that we've talked about.
Is it Buda
I love it when this happens.
No, but it is a safety-ish player.
Obi.
No.
Jabril.
Oh, it's Jabril.
Peppers.
Yep.
Wow.
I knew he was going to go first. That's like the guy. Like,
wow.
Someone was going to bet on his ability, and if you're going to do it, you better acquire additional picks to be able to take that risk. And I'm a huge Peppers fan, but Shane and I mentioned about both him and Kaiser is that we wish they would have gone back to school and improved on some areas that they needed to improve on. And Peppers' big weakness was that they never used him in coverage. But the fact that they didn't use him at an area that he needed to show to be successful in the pros doesn't mean he can't do it. It just means he hasn't shown it yet. And I have confidence that he's going to be a good player with time.
I think the real question now is Greg Williams, their defensive coordinator. Is he going to be able to do enough with Jabril Peppers, who's an incredible athlete, to find a slot for him, a more defined role for him than he really saw at Michigan? Because Michigan, he was kind of moved around a little bit more. And I think that's really what it comes down to. And if you're Greg Williams, if you're Hugh Jackson, you got to make sure that, you guys are all on the same page with him and how you're going to use him. I'll defer to our defensive back guys, but I kind of think that's a play here.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense with what Williams likes to do. We've seen what he's done over the last couple of years with Ogletree and Mark Barron. big kind of safety guys playing linebacker.
I think his best fit might be in the slot. I mean, I think, his change of direction didn't always show up in coverage, but he's definitely got that kind of movement ability as we see from his return game. And when I watched his sophomore year tape, they used him in the slot more, and I thought he looked better than he did in more of a linebacker role. I mean, he's the same weight as Jamal Adams, but they really don't play the same kind of game. Peppers is a lot more of a finesse kind of player. He definitely gives you a lot of return value, and he's a good blitzer too, and Greg Williams uses that a lot. So I think maybe you find like a situational role for him on defense initially, and he makes a big impact on special teams, and then you hope you can grow him into more of a defined defensive role.
Yeah, the guy did it. The guy did a little bit of everything, and he did it all pretty well when he did what he was asked to do. So it's a bet on the fact that he can be a consistent coverage guy and at least cover a little bit. I think he can. I really do. I think he does a little bit of everything well enough where it's a good pick.
Just going on to Reuben Foster for a second. What do we think about? I'm not sure if he fits with the Packers in their Packers scheme there.
They've never really drafted inside linebackers that high, Justin. I would love it. Personally, I would love it. But because Dom Capers doesn't really use a lot of the traditional base formations, they'll go the elephant package where they have a bunch of big pass rushers on the field. They've got one or two guys with their hand on the ground, everyone else standing up. They don't do that a lot. I mean, they need a corner something fierce. But
yeah.
Was AJ Hawk under Ted Thompson, or was that longer ago than that?
AJ Hawk was under Ted Thompson. I believe that was Ted's second pick. I think Aaron was Aaron his first? But AJ Hawk was under Thompson, but I forgot if that was before Capers or not.
If I'm looking at the next couple picks, logically, in my mind, I'm thinking Seattle takes O-line, presumably Forrest Lamp.
Makes sense.
Honestly, I would not be shocked if Buffalo take Reuben Foster because they both could use inside linebackers.
Yeah, I'd love Foster in Buffalo personally. They don't have that. McDermott coming from Carolina, this being his first year. Right, they had Kuechly and Thomas Davis. Like that was sort of the key to their defense is like athletic linebackers who can stay on the field all three downs. So they drafted Reggie Ragland last year. I don't know if he can play a full three-down role. And their only other linebacker really is Preston Brown. Again, I think he's solid in everything and not great at anything. So a guy like Foster falling to them after trading back, I think would be a huge win. And that could really sort of be the key to their new defense.
We're also at the point where the value might line up on a guy like Malik McDowell.
I think, and with McDowell, like having written the report on him, I love what he brings on the field when he wants to, but you need the right team for him. So I don't know. I mean, maybe Seattle. Like, I don't know. That's a huge position of need, though, especially with how bad their O-line is. Buffalo, I don't personally think they have enough sort of leaders in the locker room right now or an established culture to take McDowell, but maybe a team like Dallas, something like that. I'm not sure. It'll be interesting to see where McDowell goes.
I was going to say the Bills seem like a weird fit because last year they took one of those defensive linemen with off-the-field character issues in Adolphus Washington.
Right.
So
he was okay. As a third-round pick, I don't think expectations are huge. But, I think if McDowell puts it together, if he puts it together, whoever picks him is going to get great value. But you're not picking him yet because you're not sure he's going to do that.
Right. I'm just saying here we are in the 20s, and now maybe like the risk wasn't there at 12 or whatever, but now that we're at 25 or 26, maybe it makes more sense.
That makes sense for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Arch. The Packers took Hawk before Capers was there, so it's a different style.
It's always hard to know with stuff like that how much is, because we're talking, how many drafts, right? So is it that they won't, or is it they haven't?
Yeah.
We got to trade.
Falcons have traded up.
Yeah, Atlanta's come up.
Got to be Forrest Lamp, I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've been so right about so many things tonight.
I know. Have we gotten one right since I've come on? I don't think so. I think
I got Jared Davis.
That's right. You got Jared Davis.
I got Garrett
I'll
Bowles.
take that one.
Oh,
You did. I think we all got OJ Howard.
Yeah.
Well, that's only because we were suggesting him for every team.
Right. At some point, you're going to get it right.
It's got to be OJ Howard here. Absolutely.
Something about
What's
a
been the-
group of monkeys typing Shakespeare.
Yeah, exactly.
What's been the most surprising to everyone tonight so far?
Peppers?
Is that the most surprising? I think Adoree was the most surprising for me.
Yeah, I was going to say Adoree.
Yeah,
Adoree was
Adoree.
shocking.
Yeah.
What about 3 receivers in the top 9?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the San Fran Chicago trade was kind of crazy too.
Where's that beer?
I mean, I think the 3 quarterbacks going the way they did. I don't think 3 quarterbacks coming off the way, that early in the draft was a surprise, but the manner in which they came off, I mean,
right.
Chicago coming up, and then 2 other teams coming up from the, mid to late 20s to get up and get guys was kind of surprising. I mean, all the teams we thought, like, the Jets or Cleveland, maybe even Jacksonville, that we thought would address quarterback, they didn't.
Well, the Falcons, I know the Falcons.
The Falcons have made an interesting selection. It is not Forrest Lamp.
It is an edge rusher.
It is an edge rusher.
Okay.
Tack.
Whoa.
Yep. It is Tack.
Yep. I mean, you saw it you saw in the Super Bowl, you take Vic Beasley out of the game, and outside of Grady Jarrett, they didn't have much in the pass rush from the outside. So
yeah, it's not a bad pick.
You got to be really sure about his meds.
Yeah.
If you're going to trade up for him, from everything I've heard, his meds are. Eesh.
Seattle got a 3rd and a 7th.
That much.
I mean, they only moved down a couple of picks here.
Yeah, that's good. Seems like Seattle always trades back.
Yeah.
And I think you're willing to bend a little with the value if you're able to look at your board and say, listen, we moved back 6 picks. There's probably 7 or 8 guys we would take there.
Right.
Then maybe you're more willing to take whatever they're offering you rather than.
And if you're Seattle and you're probably going to go offensive line, you've seen how these guys have slid down the board. I mean, you could probably be pretty sure that a guy that you would want would still be there, even if you're addressing that position. So,
Dallas isn't going offensive line.
Yeah.
Packers good.
They certainly could, yeah.
Pittsburgh is a complete wild card to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least Pittsburgh isn't going Peppers. I know that had been bandied about.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think our friend John Ledyard may have lit the slack on fire if that happened.
Well, it leaves the door open for Pittsburgh taking Buda Baker in the meantime.
That's true.
I mean, Pittsburgh's another team with the front office and the coaching staff in place that are pretty confident in their ability. They could take a risk on a guy like Reuben Foster there.
No, I didn't watch much of the offensive line guys, but Lamp, Ramczyk, or Robinson, any of them right tackles? Anybody project there well?
Some have talked about Cam at guard at right tackle, Ramczyk possibly. Lamp has been talked about pretty much as a guard or even a center.
All right, looks like the Bills pick is in.
What are you expecting, Ryan?
I'm expecting Foster, but I could also see corner, a guy like maybe Kevin King or, maybe like a Quincy Wilson. Definitely like that's sort of been like the zone system for McDermott's been key for him. So, and there's really no corners on the roster outside Ronald Darby.
I like King. I really like that call.
You saw in Carolina, he never really took corners very early.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, King's a guy. He's 6'3", so you think a press guy, but probably his zone coverage skills are more developed than his press at this point in his career. So it'd be shades of like James Bradbury getting drafted by Carolina last year. But I think linebacker probably makes more sense for McDermott's scheme.
Yeah, and I could also see safety, maybe Baker. I think they got Micah Hyde in free agency, and then also Jordan Poyer. So Poyer, I don't think is probably a starter, but if they don't come out with a starter, he can be maybe serviceable. I think he's sort of their thinking there.
Arch, it's your guy.
Wes Lunt?
Oh, sorry, it's your other guy.
The slide has ended. Wes Lunt is selected.
We talked about him this week.
Yeah, this is going to get a bad mark from the ITP draft board.
Oh man, if it's
let's go live to Ryan.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it yet. I'm terrified.
It's a corner.
Announce it, Ryan. Announce it.
Did he perhaps go to Louisiana State University?
He did.
Oh, Justin, I know how you feel. Oh man.
But you liked him as a cover 2 corner.
That's fair, actually. That's true. I like the one thing I liked him on was his zone, maybe cover 2 or even at safety. But if you're playing cover 2 like McDermott does, I can see it. All right. Jeez. I did not
get in line with me, man. I'm still upset here.
Wow. That's interesting that's the first round corner he goes with for McDermott. So.
Yeah. Well, when Arch and I were talking this week, because I was talking a little bit about how we had Dan Shank on the podcast, and he has Tre'Davious White number 11 on his big board. And a lot of it was based on the fact one of his scouts is scouted LSU his whole life, and he just really trusted his opinion, the fact that he watched a lot of tape on him. And there wasn't a lot of concrete – I think, Dave, you pointed this out. Like, he didn't have a lot of concrete information to back it up, right?
I didn't hear a lot.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I think the people that like White see him as a guy who can kind of do a little bit of everything because he played inside and outside for LSU. He's played man and zone. He's a 4-year starter. He's experienced. I think he led the SEC in passes defense this year, so he's got some ball skills. I wasn't like crazy about any particular element of his game. I thought he doesn't really jam at the line of scrimmage. I thought he looked better outside than inside, and I wasn't a fan of his run defense at all. But obviously there are a lot of smart people who see it differently.
The Cowboys pick is in, and it looks like the Packers are traded back.
Any day with who?
Looks like Cleveland.
It's got to be a quarterback then, right?
Yeah, I think Green Bay just moved back to 33.
It's got to be Kaiser or Webb, I guess.
Yeah.
Peterman, Lunt.
Oh.
Is this their third or fourth first round pick? I've lost count.
Those would be 3.
Yeah.
So before we start speculating too hard about Cleveland, Dallas, do we think they go edge rusher, even though Reuben Foster's still on the board?
I can't answer that because I know.
I could see McDowell here sort of kick out to edge. I think Dan Hatman had a good point where he looked more interested playing edge. That's when his high effort reps came. He can kick inside. He played basically, from 0 technique nose tackle out to like 9 technique for Michigan State. I don't know. I kind of like Dallas from McDowell, but we'll see.
Well, and Dallas already has that super lanky guy. It's interesting in David Irving, like the really long arm, just kind of physical freak dude that, maybe they look to pair him and give Rod Marinelli 2 of those guys to work with who can play inside and out.
Or what if Dallas goes with Melifonwu and pairs him with Byron Jones?
That's an option. That would be a super athletic lawn secondary. That could make a ton of sense.
It's an edge.
It's an edge. Who is it?
I think it was a guy that was higher in the early parts of the process that kind of fell out of the first round as time went on. It's Taco Charlton.
Taco.
Oof. Yeah.
Well,
you know what? The edge rushing class when the initial January, February draft talk started was a lot better than when people dug into it. And Tack and Taco were thought more highly of early on than they were later on. And
some of those early mocks, I think McShay's mock had him at Tack maybe at 8 and Taco at 9 or something, really early. Yeah.
Charlie Casserly tweeted out that he liked Tack coming out of college more than he liked Vic Beasley. I thought that's an opinion.
That's one word for it.
That's something.
Yeah. All right, so Dallas gets their edge. Cleveland's back on the clock. It's got to be a quarterback, right? Justin, you think it's Kaiser?
I'm going to go Kaiser.
I think it's Davis Webb.
I think it's Webb, too.
You spend that much time with a guy in the Senior Bowl, and then you accumulate all these picks. You take guys that you want, and you take the risk associated with it. But
yeah, and the one thing I will say about Davis Webb, I know I've talked a ton about, the vertical stuff, is that's what he wanted to do. In Cincinnati, when you watch that offense before Dalton went down, they were a vertical team. They were doing a lot of vertical concepts, a lot of 3 verts, 4 verts. Davis Webb can give you that. And when you sort of look at, is Cleveland really constructed to be a vertical passing team given what they've got? Coleman can do that. You bring in Kenny Britt. He can do some of that as well. I think they need to add a day 2 receiver or 2. And I'm not sold on, Lewis or Higgins. Barnage, DeValve are interesting pieces of tight end. Maybe they try to get more vertical and they bring in Webb to do it.
Yeah, if you think about Hugh, he worked with Andy Dalton in Cincinnati, but when he was calling the shots in Oakland, the guy he went for was Carson Palmer.
That's a great point.
Davis Webb to me is Davis Webb to me is someone that when I watched him in that game in Hawaii, or against Hawaii rather down in Sydney, his movement was really I don't know if it's just that game, but his movement was really poor, and he kind of started slowly from memory. He got better as that game got on, but I think like Mark said, does he really fit what the what the Browns want to do on offense? And I guess it'd be interesting to see what Hugh Jackson can do with him, but is it a quarterback? I suppose is what I'm saying.
It's not.
Foster.
Wow.
I was gonna say they would come up for Davis Webb and then look for Chad Hansen in round 2, but
it's not Foster. It's not Foster. It's not Kai. It's not a quarterback. It's a guy that was projected in the first round by a lot of people.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And got pushed out. Yeah.
Baker?
No.
Oh, and Juku?
Oh, Cook.
Yeah. It's Njoku.
There it is.
So
I called that one.
Yeah, good job.
Earlier.
Nice.
I mean, that gets right to what Luke was saying. You have now gotten another piece for whatever quarterback you're going to roll out there. You know, the Peppers pick is interesting, but I think what we saw from Cleveland tonight is, you know, they're going to get young and athletic. I mean, you know, look at Njoku, certainly an athletic tight end. Peppers, can't deny the fact that he's an athlete, that he can move all over the place. And, you know, Garrett really showed at the combine what he could do. So that's going to be their mold.
And they still have, I mean, they've got a second tomorrow. And they've got the first pick. The first pick and the third tomorrow still. So they gave up a fourth to move up with Green Bay. And I think the Packers made a smart move because they think there's still enough value on the board when you move back 4 spots and still get a fourth round pick. It's playing the board right.
If the Packers are looking for O-line, everyone is still there.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking for a minute there that Njoku, if he slipped to Green Bay, he could have been a pick for them, but obviously that's not going to happen now.
Are we worried about Ryan?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, he just dropped off.
That's what happens when you draft Trey White.
Yeah.
Hey, look, the Bears pick got me drinking, so that Bills pick's obviously, yeah, he's had enough.
After that, he's turned into something harder.
That's what this game does to you.
Tell me about it.
True that. So who's up now? We have Is it Steelers now?
Yeah, Pittsburgh.
Yeah. So Packers have the first pick of day 2 and day 3 now. That's big because you get the time off to decide what you want to do.
The overnight's big, having that.
You can field calls if someone slips, like we saw that happen a few years back with Landon Collins. Tennessee had the pick and New York wanted it, so they traded up.
32 in the Saints is a sneaky spot for Kaiser.
And if not New Orleans, someone else trading up for him.
Yeah.
Or Davis Webb.
Yeah. Or West London.
Mark, we could end up with San Francisco grabbing Kaiser like you.
That could happen.
But early in the second.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like when all that stuff sort of came out with Kaiser and sort of the stuff with Kelly and that was a thought. Like before all that came out, I was like, oh, Kaiser at 2, San Francisco runs that style of offense now. Like would make a ton of sense. But maybe, yeah. I mean, maybe they get him now at the top of the second, and that's not a bad, little haul for 49ers to do what they've done. I mean, John Lynch has had a quietly good night.
Mark, you and I have talked about this, I think, a couple times already, and I've brought it up before. I think Kaiser suffers a little bit from being the smartest guy in the room a lot, and I think maybe Brian Kelly wasn't always receptive to that. It didn't really want a collaborative approach in the quarterback room at Notre Dame, and I think if you get him in a room with a Hoyer or with a Shanahan, who I think are willing to work with their quarterbacks a little bit and challenge him and let him do his thing, I think he could thrive. But I don't think you put him out there day one at all, and I think you need to get him in the right place. This was your first quarterback mock. You had him to San Francisco, right?
I had him at San Francisco too. I had him QB1 coming off the board. And, again, getting back to an earlier point we were talking about how the postseason process seems to really matter. And I think we've seen 2 guys this offseason now, one particularly tonight with Foster, where they've slid because of what's happened sort of in the postseason. And I think Kaiser is an example of that. I mean, obviously, Brian Kelly's comments to the public, you can only imagine what he was telling teams in meetings and on the phone and behind closed doors. Like, what his opinions really were of Kaiser. If he's going to go to the media and say he shouldn't have gone out, I don't think he was ready. You can only imagine what he's telling them, in one-on-one meetings or in phone calls when scouts or coaches are calling and say, look, seriously, Brian, what do you think of this kid? So, he slid for a reason. And I think maybe this might be the best situation for a guy like Kaiser is because you slide to round 2, there's not going to be any pressure on you right away. I mean, even if he slides to a team like San Francisco, they've got Hoyer. They won't need to run him out right away. And he can just get comfortable playing the game again because I think, and you probably know this more than anybody, Jeff, that might have been the situation for him more than anything. Just being happy and enjoying playing the game because it didn't seem like it at times when he was playing with Brian Kelly that it was fun at all.
There's a point. I've started writing an article I'm going to release post-draft about it and like these different – he's had so many stages of his career already, and you go back 19 months, and he was close to not playing at all and possibly transferring. And he had a chip on his shoulder, and I think because a lot of the juniors and seniors when he started the last 2 years were friends with Zaire. Zaire was always a leader in that locker room, and he was always fighting an uphill battle to get through to them in the locker room. And I think he just carried that chip on his shoulder, and I think it resonated. And when Kelly didn't name him starter at the beginning of this year, I think a lot of it had to do with how well Zaire is liked in that locker room, and I think it's more about that than against Kaiser.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes sense. And, locker room dynamic, again, that's another thing that we can't really wrap our minds around. And, from the outside looking in, like we look at Justin's new favorite quarterback in the world and why he couldn't supplant Marquise Williams down at UNC. Well, Marquise Williams was a senior. He was a leader of that team. And, it's going to take a lot to turn the keys over to Mitchell Trubisky. And so that stuff matters. And, these aren't just guys on a spreadsheet, or it's not like Madden where you're just moving guys around based on their overall rating. Like relationships matter. And, Jeff, that's a great point that, Zaire was the leader of that team. And Kaiser is fighting an uphill battle, maybe with the locker room, maybe with the coach. I don't know. But clearly there were some issues there. On the field, raw talent, I think he's got everything you need to play quarterback in the NFL. It's just the other stuff.
I think in the pre-draft sort of process with Kaiser, it's easy, sort of great for the cameras and everything else, but he really comes across as to me quite likable, really smart, knows what he's talking about, and like I say, it's easy. Like I think I saw something last week with Steve Mariucci, and quite impressed with him there, and it's very easy to be a likable guy when the cameras are switched on. We don't know what goes on in the locker rooms there at Notre Dame with Fisher and what really went on. But I really like Kaiser. I watched a little bit of him, and I really like what I saw of him. So there's a reason he's falling, and it could be teams like you said, Mark, are calling up Fisher and saying, hey, what do you think of this? What do you think of this kid, and how do you think he's going to go? So a little bit surprising to me. I thought he might have been picked up by now, but. If he doesn't get picked up in the first round now, which he probably won't, then he's got to be an early day two guy for somebody, I would imagine, at some point tomorrow.
Luke, Steelers are on the clock. What do you think they do?
I mean, it feels like every couple of years we get back to the Steelers and they still need edge rusher and defensive back. Just year in and year out, it feels like what they need. I don't think this year is any different. Honestly, this is a place where I'm looking Obi Melifonwu, or I'm looking Budda Baker, shore up the back end of the defense. Just running through like edge rusher. There's really not that much left, is there? Maybe
Youngstown State, Derek Rivers.
Yeah, I was going to say Rivers. Maybe if they look to defensive line, what's his name? McDowell, if they feel like they can, if they feel like they can control him well enough in that locker room and put that talent in the 3-4. But
the 49ers have just traded back into the first round with Seattle.
There it is.
Kaiser.
Yep. Well, and Dave, that point about the extra year on the contract is important with Kaiser because you got to figure he's going to sit a year.
Yep.
Yeah, although the big example of that is Teddy Bridgewater, and then they're,
Yeah. Well, Steelers pick is in.
Carl Lawson, maybe.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
I'm just trying to think of what will make John happy.
Lawson would make John happy.
Yeah, he would. I gotta say, I gotta put myself on the record with this one. Lawson is good. Lawson is really good.
Yeah.
Like we've been underrating him throughout this process.
Whoa. Yeah, the guy that is the pick, I don't think Ledyard's a big fan of. I tell you what, when I look back, I have a feeling I'm going to be most upset about where I had Njoku. I think I am most afraid that he's going to blow up, be a really good player, and I had him rated too low. That's the guy I'm afraid of biting me in the butt more than anyone else.
All right. So Pittsburgh's pick's in. San Francisco's pick is in apparently as well.
Foster's still on the board too.
So who is it right now? Steelers.
The Steelers pick, TJ Watt.
Oh.
I think Pittsburgh's going to love him.
Yeah. I think he can play inside and outside, and that helps the Steelers a little bit with flexibility. I think he's going to bring a good pass rush, and it looks like the Niners aren't getting a quarterback.
They're not.
Who did the Steelers take?
TJ Watt.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, John doesn't like him at all.
No. Sorry, Ledyard. So, yeah, the 49ers come back. It is not a quarterback.
So, Kaiser's going to be on the board.
Unless New Orleans.
I was going to say, I thought San Francisco would come up over New Orleans to get Kaiser, but I guess not.
Yeah, I wonder if the Saints probably were pegging Foster there, and that was that they were concerned about because linebacker coming out of the first round of Lattimore and Foster would have been huge for the Saints, but I mean, the Bears could be there at number 36 in the second round. Kaiser on the board, and they could have just had him instead of
giving up what they did to move up one spot to make Justin start drinking whiskey.
Don't remind Justin.
No.
Who did San Francisco come up for? Foster?
Yeah.
No, not McDowell. They took Thomas.
No, they took Foster with this. I mean, John Lynch, I think, has done some nice things with that defense now. I mean,
yeah,
you get Thomas, you stockpile some picks making the trade with Chicago, and then you see Reuben Foster keep falling. Go get him. That's a pretty good defensive front right now, at least on paper.
He's kind of sat back and let the draft come to him in a lot of ways, and I think it's really benefited him so far.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what they do with DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead moving to a 4-3. I think Buckner can play in that formation. Armstead's still raw, but I mean Buckner, Armstead, Thomas, Brooks, Bowman, Foster in their front seven right now is pretty special. There's a lot of talent there and potential.
Yeah.
Just imagine if Aldon Smith had kept himself clean.
Yeah.
And Patrick Willisand retired.
Yeah, or Chris Borland.
Or like any of 20 things that have gone wrong for that team in the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. Well,
so who are we waiting on now to pick?
The Steelers are announcing their pick now.
So the Saints are the only one tonight that haven't announced, or that hasn't been announced what their pick is.
Any guesses? We talking Kaiser? They took Lattimore earlier.
They took Lattimore early. I mean, looking at their roster, I mean,
Melifonwu?
Yeah, I mean, that would make some sense. I mean, you get Von Bell as your free safety right now. Kenny Vaccaro at strong.
Maybe Rivers. They've had good luck with small school guys.
Yeah.
The thing.
I mean, Quincy Wilson.
Quincy
Wilson. I'm sorry.
Well, they
Quincy
just
Wilson, but they just took a corner. They took a corner.
Yeah.
Who was he? They've got one Colorado defensive back.
I mean, their linebackers are pretty suspect right now. So, I mean, a guy like Zach Cunningham, perhaps.
Some sense.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that's why San Francisco traded over them. They probably could have easily
thought Foster. Yeah.
Interior offensive line, even. I mean, they've lost a lot of guys over the last few years. Lamp,
or really any offensive lineman at this point.
Yeah.
They're still there.
And I think Buda Baker's a guy here that could play a couple different positions, and they just need secondary help, more secondary help with even though they drafted Marshon. I mean, their corners are pretty brutal. So,
well, Bro has been pretty good, I think, and
I think it was 2 years ago. He had a better year than last year, and then
I mean, they had
hurt
Keenan Lewis.
last
They
year,
just
too.
fell off a cliff.
Yeah. I think they picked up Sterling Moore off the trash heap, and he played like 80% of their snaps.
Yeah.
Did the 49ers get Foster?
Yeah.
Oh, Ledyard just.
Oh no.
Oh, he's not happy. Well, no, I think he's going through the stages. He's
going through the stages of acceptance. He's reached acceptance. He says he can live with it.
Okay.
That's what you got to do on draft night. I mean,
so as we're waiting here, first round, guys, winners, losers, meh. Where do you guys sit right now, Luke? How about you?
Winners. I think the Browns have handled it very well so far. Hang on. Get back to me once I look at a list of the picks.
Okay.
My brain is
Justin, you got Justin thoughts?
Definitely the Browns. The 49ers have done well too. And just on a sort of a pick basis, I suppose. I love I like the Lattimore pick to the Saints and the Engram pick to the Giants. Were really good picks too. Losers.
Oh, Justin.
Oh dear. Yes.
Okay.
Well, look.
Okay, Dave.
Ask me in 3 years.
Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I like what San Francisco's done. Getting Thomas and getting Foster where you got him, I think is great value. You get a guy that's like a top 10 pick to get him there is really well done. Yeah. I think I like Giants and Evan Ingram. I think that's just a great piece for their offense, given you've got Odell Beckham, who's your Z. You've got Marshall and an X. You've got Shepard as an S. Now you add the Y to that. I think that's just a tremendous offense. Carolina getting Christian McCaffrey, I think is such a great fit. He can run power stuff. Running that Stanford offensive scheme for the past couple of years. I mean, I think it's a great fit. I liked how Tennessee started. The Adoree pick was a little bit a head scratcher, but obviously they see a role for him. The Raiders getting Conley where they did. If everything clears him, if he gets cleared, I mean, getting a guy that Dave called the safest corner in this draft to get him at 24 is good. Losers, it was interesting to see the Bengals go John Ross. I think on paper it makes sense. The medical's going to check out. If the medical's check out, I think that would make sense. The Jets staying pat and getting Adams. It's hard to pass on a guy like that, but you had a chance to probably trade down and stockpile some more picks. I was interested in go that route. I'm sure we'll find out that they tried to, but nobody was coming up. Now that nobody traded up to 5 to get a quarterback, so they probably thought that they weren't going to get enough for that. And then obviously look, the two quarterbacks in Watson and Mahomes going to where they did. I think they win in terms of where their quarterbacks landed, because as we talked about, I think it's just great landing spots for them.
Yeah.
I think if you're the Colts as well, you've got to be happy with getting Hooker.
Yeah.
Sure.
I was going to say mine were Jets for just letting Jamal Adams slide to them, and the Colts for letting Hooker slide to them.
Yeah, and Dave obviously he makes a good point. Like, he asked me in 3 years. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm more impressed with how teams maneuvered tonight to fill what they needed. I mean, the Texans there was one thing really separating them from taking the next step, and that's a relatively competent quarterback that can make a play. And they went up and got him, and they gave up a bit to do it. But I think when you have that one thing separating you, you do that. I don't quite – I mean, the Chiefs getting Mahomes at 10 and moving up to do it, the Chiefs don't have many holes in their roster, so they can afford to do it. But, I mean, the teams that just didn't overthink it tonight. I mean, the Bucs getting O.J. Howard when he fell to 19. The Redskins getting Allen at 17. I mean, a lot to like. And then you saw at the end of the first round, a lot of edge rushers start going. When I don't think a lot of us valued those guys in those areas in a vacuum. But I think you saw the importance of getting a lot of edge rushers today.
Yeah, I was going to say I think edge rushers was just really kind of characterized by panic. You had the Eagles taking Derek Barnett at 14, which I just thought was too high for him. Dolphins taking Charles Harris and Taco Charlton, I also thought was just kind of a panic pick. I don't really like any of the edge picks that were made today. I can't really say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jeff, your point about the maneuvering is good. I'm not a big fan of Peppers or Trey White, but you got to like the value that Cleveland and Buffalo got for trading back for those picks. And I mean, they added a bunch more bites at the apple, and San Francisco, I mean, their moves, that's great, picking up a couple extra picks for a team that needs a lot.
Saints pick is in.
Okay, there it is. Ryan Ramczyk. It's a good pick. I mean, if the medical's checked out on Ryan Ramczyk, he's going to be a really, really good player.
That's an acknowledgement that the Andres Pete pick was a failure, though, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're moving. It looks like they're moving Pete to guard.
I think they tried.
They've got too many tackles that they just don't know what to do with.
Well, I don't.
I think they still have Zach Strief, right?
Zach Strief's like 34, 35. Yeah, he's on his last legs. And they added Warford this offseason, and Armstead and Unger are still pretty good. And
so maybe Ramczyk is the heir to Strief.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And I think he can play right tackle. I mean, I think you saw in the first game of the season against LSU, he came out and wasn't intimidated and was able to be really physical with one of the best defenses in the country, and that was kind of surprising to a lot of people who didn't have him on their radar. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think there was anything. I mean, there were some surprises.
Best value on the board going into day 2.
Forrest Lamp. Forrest Lamp, Delvin Cook,
Obi.
Deshaun Kaiser.
I mean, I think you might have to include Joe Mixon in that. I know obviously the off-field stuff, but might be the best, most talented on the field running back out there.
Cam Robinson.
Yeah.
Obi is still there. Melifonwu.
Mm-hmm.
If the Bears get Buda Baker, I will be very, very happy man.
That's true, because that board is falling well for them to get a safety between him and Melifonwu. West Lund. I noticed.
Does Davis Webb go in the second round?
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes in the second. I mean,
Does he go with the first pick of the second round?
I mean, I'm sure Green Bay is going to spend the night working the phones. I mean, no. He's fallen this far. I'm sure teams can probably wait on it a bit. I don't think there'll be any real rush to get up to get him. I mean, if you're a team trying to get up, like who's of the guys we mentioned, like who would be worth trading up to 33 to get?
And if you want if you need a quarterback.
If you need a quarterback, yeah. I mean, Kaiser and Webb are staring you in the face. Do you trade up to 33 to get a guy like Cook or Mixon? Do you move up to get Cam Robinson?
We just saw a bunch of teams moving up. So you'd think like if someone really wanted these guys, they could have just moved up 20 minutes ago.
Right.
I'm fascinated that we saw 3 receivers go in the top 9 and then no one else in the first round.
No.
I mean, that's the thing was I thought this receiver group was so well defined 1 to 3, and then after that is, pick your flavor.
I'm most upset that Brian Kelly's going to be right about something.
That's going to sting, huh?
Well, yeah. But, yeah, there's a ton of – I'm a big Zay Jones fan. I think him sitting there early tomorrow, him and Juju, I think, are better. I would have rather taken Juju or Zay Jones in the second round than the 3 receivers that went in the first round, just from a value standpoint. I like the guys that went in the first round, but I know the Packers typically don't have a lot of they use their official visits with undrafted prospects, but Joe Mixon was one of their official visits. So, what if that means anything?
All right, folks, what do we think?
We'll be back tomorrow night.
Get back better than ever, huh?
Yeah, so we'll be back. Who's joining us tomorrow night? Is that?
I think Ledyard said he'd be around to join us. I think Andrew will be around. I'll be kicking around.
I'm around.
Okay, cool.
Got to get Shane on here.
Yeah, he's holed up right now.
Yeah.
I probably won't be. I'm just looking at
still in an alcohol fuel haze.
Yeah. Could be hung over tomorrow.
I'll probably be head in the toilet somewhere.
Yeah, it happens. That was me when the Patriots picked Bledsoe over Rick Myers, so we saw how that turned out.
Oh yeah.
I was 16.
Oh yeah. Oh well, plenty of value there. I think we're going to see a lot of good players. Second and third round. It could be the most interesting second and third round we've seen. There's a lot of talent still to go.
So, all right.
All right, boys. This is fun. They tune in tomorrow. What time is tomorrow starts at what time? 6 o'clock?
7 p.m. Eastern,
7. I'm sorry, 7 Eastern, 6 Central. But
Jeff with your Central Time.
Stupid Central Time. Hey, Pylon, you record that Central Time.
This is true.
All right, boys.
Good fun.
We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. See you, boys.
Bye, everybody.